Good evening, everyone. It is Monday, March 17th, 2025. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all. It is our Monroe Township Monthly Board of Education meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Miss Allen, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Here.
Ms. Bora?
Here.
Ms. DePayne?
Here.
Ms. Fabiano?
Here.
Dr. Peck?
Here.
Mr. Pirro?
Here.
Ms. Ratner?
Here.
Ms. Sharma? Mr. Tufano?
Here.
Mr. Zeichner? No. Okay, we have a quorum. In
Charlotte?
accordance...
Is Zeichner?
He was supposed to be virtual, but I don't know if he's made it on or not.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we going to call him? Is that?
Maybe when we go, we can call him when we get to closed session. Yeah.
Okay. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law, the Monroe Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published and electronic notice provided. The date, time, and place thereof posted October 25th, 2024 and March 14th, 2025 at all schools, on the district website, Home News Tribune, Cranberry Press, and filed with the clerk of the municipality.
Thank you. Our next item on our agenda is the closed session resolution. Whereas the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, provides that the Monroe Township Board of Education may hold an executive session from which the public is excluded to discuss matters that are confidential or are one of the 9 subject matters listed in Section 12B of the Act. And whereas the board hereby declares that its discussion of the following subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. Now therefore be it resolved by the Monroe Township Board of Education that the board shall go into executive session to discuss the following items. Additional items may be determined and announced as needed. Pending or anticipated litigation matters covered by attorney-client privilege, matters involving employees in terms of their employment and contract, HIB investigation involving students. Be it further resolved that the said discussion may be disclosed to the public when reasons for discussing and acting upon it in closed session no longer exist. Action may be taken on any of the items stated above. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. DePayne, second by Ms. Bora. The board will be in closed session for approximately 1 hour and we will return at 7:15. Oh, all those in favor? Sorry.
Aye.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. The board has returned from closed session and we're moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is the approval of our board minutes. The first item is our Public Board of Education meeting minutes from February 19th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tufano, second by Ms. DePayne. Are there any
Recused.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Bora recuses. Any other abstentions or recusals? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, then the next item on our agenda is the closed session meeting minutes from February 19th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion
Second.
by Ms. DePayne, second by Ms. Bora. Are there any abstentions or recusals?
Alvarez.
What was that?
Just a
Questions?
recusal on, no, just a recusal on the portion pertaining to conflict.
Okay. Can you say that again? Did you hear? I don't know if you heard her.
Just recusal on the portion of closed session where the conflict exists.
And I'm recusing completely, Ms. Allen.
Any other abstentions or recusals? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is our student board members report.
Good evening, everyone. Today we're starting off with the student board members report, and we're beginning with the Barclay Brook Elementary School. Barclay Brook celebrated Read Across America Week in the beginning of March with a week of themed school spirit days. The week began with a school-wide reading train, while all students joined in for school-wide Drop Everything and Read, and students wore clothes that represented different Dr. Seuss books throughout the week. During Read Across America Week, the school was excited to welcome many guest readers into the classrooms. The guest readers included Monroe Township High School, National Honor Society students, district employees, Monroe Township Board of Education members, members of the Town Council, the Monroe Township Police Department Chief of Police, and Mayor Delina. Barclay Brook thanks everyone who took the time to visit the school and read to students. In preparation for Read Across America Week, the students spent the month of February listening to 5 specially selected books selected for their grade level. During Read Across America Week, each school was scheduled for a battle of the books in their library where they had to answer questions about each of these stories. The students who received points for every correct answer. The battles were very close. Classes battled each other in a bracket-style competition. It was a fun week celebrating literacy.
Moving on to Brookside Elementary School. Brookside held a PTA-sponsored Mad Science Avatar Run on February 25th. Read Across America dress-themed days took place on March 3rd throughout the 7th. The Replenish Food Drive was held between March 3rd and March 14th, and they received a tremendous amount of donations at Brookside. Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, Spirit Week, will be celebrated at Brookside from March 21st to March 28th.
And now we're going to be moving on to the Woodland Elementary School. Woodland School celebrated Read Across America Week as well during the week of March 3rd with several activities, including Monroe Township Middle School students visiting Woodland School to read to the students, Woodland students visiting Mill Lake to read to their students, Unified PALS students reading to Woodland classrooms, a scholastic editing workshop. The author of the Cam Jansen series, David Adler, also visited Woodland, and the Student Council organized Spirit Thursdays. Staff and students are participating in Wellness Week this week. Students will be introduced to new and exciting foods in the cafeteria in partnership with the Food Services Department, and recess activities have also been planned with the food of the day.
Moving on to Oak Tree Elementary School, Read Across America was celebrated the week of March 3rd with themed days held during the week. On the 7th, Oak Tree had guest readers and ended the week with a school-wide reading training in which everyone took the Reader's Pledge. On March 17th, Mrs. Dinsmore read the same story about taking responsibility for our actions to the entire school throughout the day as part of their One Book, One School program. Coming soon, Makerspace Night on March 27th, March Madness tournaments on March 31st, the Oak Tree Express traveling the globe on March 21st, and an author's visit on March 25th.
And now we'll be moving on to Applegarth Elementary School. The Applegarth PTA organized a wonderful Read Across America Day on March 7th. Numerous members of the community came in to share the love of reading with the students. The Spring Book Fair was also held on March 12th and 13th. Applegarth thanks the Monroe Education Foundation for supporting the Colonial America assemblies enjoyed by the 4th graders on Friday, March 14th. Applegarth School is looking forward to the author visit from Alan Katz on Tuesday, March 25th. This visit was coordinated by the media specialist, Maren Borkest, and supported by the PTA of Applegarth. Applegarth has an assembly scheduled for Friday, March 21st to reveal the masked readers from Read Across America Week. A special thanks to Ms. Borkest and Mr. Halacht, who worked with his high school students to videotape this activity.
Up next is Monroe Township Middle School. On Saturday, February 22nd, the MTMS robotics team representing CO4E0 qualified both of their teams for the upcoming state tournament at NJIT. Despite it being their first sanctioned signature event, their students made it to the finals and qualified for the NJVEX IQ Rapid Relay State Championships at NJIT by winning the Innovate and Design Awards. These awards recognize teams for their creative problem-solving and elite engineering skills. Exciting update for the MTMS robotics team this past weekend consists of that, and that their Code Zero VEX robotics team competed in the NJ State Tournament and came away with a huge win. They earned the Design Award, which qualifies them for the VEX Robotics World Championship in Dallas, Texas this May. The Design Award recognizes teams that excel in engineering design and documentation. It's given to the team with an outstanding engineering notebook showing clear planning, brainstorming, and problem solving throughout their season. This award proves that Code Zero isn't just great at building and programming robots, they also think, plan, and design like real engineers. MTMS is also proud to announce that 13 of their wonderful musicians were accepted into the 2025 Intermediate Region Bands. Students from Ms. Rosen's and Ms. Tafrau's math classes helped collect coats and winter clothing to donate to the homeless in Trenton through Sandro's Coat Rack. The following students are the MTMS Spelling Bee winners performing well in their annual Spelling Bee. First place to Akshara Jagnathan, Second place to Arna Vyakaran, and third place to Abhinav Vaka. My apologies if I butchered those names. On March 6th and 7th, MTMS held its annual Hoops for Heart event. They were number 10 in the nation last year, and their grand total this year is $24 million with $823.73. We had a great day, and the physical education teachers were amazing in organizing and running this event. The students of MTMS were wonderful in supporting such a worthy cause. And lastly, the 7th and 8th grade play, Moana, will take place on April 3rd and 4th at 7 p.m. That's a Thursday and Friday, and April 5th, a Sunday at 2 p.m. Their students have been working very hard on this production, and we all hope to see you in the audience that weekend.
And now we'll be moving on to the last school in our lovely school district, the Monroe Township High School. All 11th grade students in the previous week completed their NJ GPA graduation testing. Congratulations to all the junior class on finishing a full week of testing. Congratulations to our speech and debate team as well, who performed incredibly on last Saturday, earning 4 trophies at their competition. First place was awarded to Krish Kashriya, second place to Sahithi Pakira, and third place to Simran Singh and Ritika Panchamurthy. Again, sorry if I butchered those names. Another congratulations to the sophomore Nahil Tamana, the founder of Recycle My Battery, who now has had his nonprofit published in a renowned educational textbook in Germany, published by Westermann. We thank you for allowing us to share with you all the incredible accomplishments that our peers at Monroe Township have appreciated this last month. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for your comprehensive reports, as always. Our next item on our agenda is our section of presentations. So our first presentation is our student and staff recognition.
So this is one of the best opportunities for us to showcase why we're really here, and we're here for the kids. So I do notice that it does say December 2024, but what this actually is it's a compilation of the fall sports, fall activities, co-curricular clubs. So it's all the way from the fall through December, and we'd like to acknowledge now. There will be additional acknowledgments in May and or June to acknowledge those children depending upon what time of year their activity is. And what we're going to ask is we're going to get up in front, President Fabiano and Vice President Alvarez, if you'd like to join us. Dr. Lehman as well. We're going to acknowledge our children, and we learn to do something smarter. So after they walk through and we acknowledge them, and we shake their hand and you get to take pictures of your kids, they then get to go into the commons area outside where they get the appropriate certificate. Because we're good, but sometimes we're not that good. And sometimes you get the wrong names. This way, after we do all of the acknowledgments, because we know that you're so excited and you want to take pictures, as you should, they then can go into the hallway, and Ms. Meralda, with the help of Mr. Snyder, will then be handing out the appropriate certificates. So it's just a matter of acknowledging them to come front. So at this time, we're going to begin our acknowledgement of our fabulous Falcons. Thank you. Oh, over there is that. One change in the program is they're going to go this way, and Ms. Meralda and Mr. Snyder are going to accommodate them here. You're staying right there, right? That's the only change.
So Mr. Meraldo gave me the fine opportunity of acknowledging my very own student Rajdeep Saha, who is the winner of our script spelling bee, our 5th grade winner. Go ahead, Rajdeep. Woo!
We'll get it right. It'll be at speed. It will be. Monroe Township Middle School. Right?
Good evening. I'm proud to present our college students who made it into the CJMEA Intermediate Regional Chorus through the hard work of Ms. Nina Schmetterer and Lisa Constantino. If we could have Parisa Ahmed. Ishani Balagi. Kartik Gajam. Joel Nadira. Ryan Tawari. So you may have heard a little while ago from our student representatives a little bit about our robotics team. We had a really great weekend. We made it to the Worlds in Dallas in May. So thank you. So I would like to acknowledge our incredible teachers, Ms. Courtney Kiwi, if you could stand up and come on up. Alyssa Schnobush, Jessica Sicilitano, and Kayla Bianco. You can come up. I have to move a little closer because I'm in between my glasses. So if we could start calling up Sivrats Balabhadrapatrini, and I apologize for that one. Shrivatan Balaji. Oh, looks like they're all shot together. Perfect. Arav Kandarana. Carmen Chatwell. Javier Daga. Vedant Daga. Ishan Gupta. Evelina Dudikowski. Joel Nagilla, Jared North, Navami Patamana, Sahana Ramesh, Aryan Paparia, Akhil Venkat, and Anya Burma. We look forward to what So we were able to participate in a grant opportunity, History Happens Here. And this was led by our very own Ms. Christy Pisaki. Are you in the room, Ms. Pisaki? So Ms. Pisaki will come up and explain it. And I really hope they put that to the names because I don't have them memorized.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a brief explanation of what the History Happens Here program was. Dr. Chandler said I could be very brief. Well, I would like to introduce myself as the very proud teacher and advisor to the students involved in the History Happens Here pilot program. You saw their projects in the lobby as you came in. For those who are unaware, History Happened Here is a local history research curriculum developed by the New Jersey Historical Society, which is an agency of the New Jersey Department of State. The History Happened Here curriculum is one of many initiatives that have been developed to celebrate the upcoming 250th anniversary of the United States, which will be celebrated on July 4th, 2026. This program asks teachers and students to become true researchers of their own town's history in an effort to demonstrate that history does, in fact, happen everywhere. MTMS was chosen as one of 2 middle schools in the state of New Jersey to pilot the program, which will be shared with all districts in the state coming this fall. A group of truly remarkable 7th and 8th grade students have been working with me since September on this program. some of them before school, some of them after school, and sometimes both, in order to immerse themselves in the understanding of our nation's foundational document, the Declaration of Independence, and to become the next generation who will share the history and lore of our most dynamic, diverse, and unique community, Monroe Township. As my students conducted their research, which included many interviews and use of archived newspapers and other primary sources, they settled on 3 events in the history of Monroe Township, which they believe reflect our township's pursuit of the revolutionary ideal of self-determination: the splitting apart of Jamesburg from Monroe, the construction of the original Monroe Township High School, and the development of the Monroe Township Public Library. The results of their work were on display in the library, and you'll be able to see them at the Monroe Township Public Library in June of 2026 as we prepare for our nation's birthday. Their projects will be loaned starting next week to the New Jersey Historical Commission, who will be using them as exemplars throughout the state to show other schools what kinds of projects students are capable of. Among the many highlights of this experience for us was a visit from New Jersey First Lady Tammy Murphy and the New Jersey State Education Commissioner Kevin Damer, who came and visited us in December and saw the students' work and took a lot of time to talk with all of them. It was a thrilling experience for all of us. This coming September, they've been invited to meet with historical filmmaker Ken Burns, and share in a pre-screening of his newest film, The American Revolution. I want to thank the Board of Education, Dr. Chanley, Dr. Higgins, and my supervisor, Ms. Drust, for their support of all of our efforts this year. It was truly one of the highlights of my teaching career to work with these incredible students and to learn more about my home of the last 5 decades, Monroe Township. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Higgins, who's going to introduce this incredible group of students.
Okay, so we have Sri Dakshita Akula, Mayank Karan, Arush Kuropu, Shiv Dave, Darwick Endel, Sophia Esser, Nikita Gadashapani, Mark Burgess, Zachary Goldenbaum, Pinat Hegde, Arad King, Sanjit Jayaraman, Sacharan Kekanala, Vedanti Kapari, Samir Kamchandani, Srihan Kopapali, Matthew Levitt, Madison Lubin, Chloe Lee, Gerard Nadeep, Linda College, Kirti McCoskey, Arthur Mehta, Aksash Narayana, Harsha Pradhan, Harsha Paletti, Logan Parikh, Saimi Patel, Rashida Pradhan, Anika Patel, Logan Anapura, Sohan Mehta, Adyan Newton, Anugraha Nitin Prakash, Aiden O'Neill, Sahana Ramesh, Christine Rodriguez, Logan Lipinski, Keon Singh, Bella Trusano, Indiana Subramanian, and Chris Picard. And I thank all my wonderful staff and students for coming out tonight to this make it all worthwhile.
Congratulations, guys.
Good evening, everyone. A couple of recognitions for Applegard School. The first one goes to a group of young ladies under the direction of Simran Singh, who decided that children in elementary school needed to have instruction with public speaking. Simran got a bunch of her friends together and taught the children all kinds of information about how to speak in public with eye contact and hand gestures. They did this on their own time, and they also created the entire program from scratch. So this was 4 weeks of volunteering their time with a group of over 25 students at Applegard School. So my gratitude and congratulations to Simran Singh, the initiator, and her team. Ishta Boomerang, Dr. Karamsetti, Shanali Mehta, Sandhi Mehta, Sahithi Pakiru, Mahi Patel, and Anaya Shah. Thank you, ladies, for a great program. At the high school level, Applegard wanted to recognize Saketh Dintakorti. He organized a battery recycling initiative at our school. All of our classes are busy recycling batteries. In a contest designed by Saketh. Thank you, Saketh. We're just about to wrap up the contest at the end of March. And I have a couple of Boy Scouts that I just wanted to shout out at the meeting today. We have Arav Modi, who, for his Eagle Scout project, painted an entire United States map in the play area at Applegard School with members of his Boy Scout troop. The students are enjoying it, Arav. They're practicing all the time at recess. And also Param Getia, who hand-built a Gaga pit for Applegard School as part of his Boy Scout Eagle Scout project. So thank you as well to Param.
Is the Speech and Debate Club. So this team is advised by Ms. Tara Reuter, and this is only our first year doing it, and we did very well this year. So we placed in all 3 positions. 3rd place in the public forum of debate category, we have Rithika Panchamarthi.
Woo!
I'm so sorry for butchering your name. 2nd place in the original oratory category, we have Sahithi Pekaru. And it was kind of cool because all the kids were up on stage and all of our kids were there, and we all knew we kind of placed in 2nd and 1st, but we didn't know who was who. And it was really neat seeing the kids clap for one another, so there was a lot of support. So I'm just, shout out to you guys. Great job.
Woo!
In the original oratory category, which qualifies this young man for Tournament of Champions this spring in Missouri, is Krish Kasharia. Mark Pierce. The following students placed 2nd in the 2025 Middlesex County Consumer Bowl. We have Shrivanav Abulpala, Aditya Alvakar. Siobhan Byron. Akul Gunga. Vanavi Makala. Let's hear it for these guys. Great job, guys. Next slide. We have a special honor that was from a member of our Spanish Honor Society. Now, this is a really big achievement. Not many of these are given in the country. We have a winner here in the high school. Zane Jabber, who's the winner of the prestigious 2025 AACSP Joseph Allen Senior Scholarship. Great job, Zane. At the high school, we have a club called Lights, Camera, Action. It's for all of our aspiring filmmakers. It is advised by Ms. Larissa Miller and Mr. Boris Loddick. These are results from the Count Basie Film Festival. Both of these young men won honorable mention in the Breakthrough Filmmaker category. First up, we have Zachary Furnell for Director of Photography. And recognized for the lead actor category, we have Russell Boguslavsky. Not to upstage the middle school, but we too have a high school robotics team who does very well. It is advised by Mr. Mark Pierce and Ms. Marissa McLaughlin. The following students were on the team which was named the Lions Den High Stakes Tournament Champions at Franklin High School. They are Tanush Silva, Again, Ate Romani, Nitish Sunku, Saksham Garg, Abhay Krivan, and Vivek Shuri Anarayanan. DECA is one of our larger groups at the high school. They are basically focused on economics and students who want to go into the world of finance and such. It is advised by Ms. Alana Side as well as Ms. Alexa Marshall. These are results from the recent DECA State Conference in Atlantic City. They just got back this week. It was last week, sorry. Finalists in the Financial Services Team Decision-Making category are Raj Vora and Ravan Bendapuri. Finalists in the Entrepreneurship Team Decision-Making category, we have Diraj Nali and Surab Siddhareddy. Awarded fourth place in the Hospitality and Tourism Professional Selling category and ICDC National Qualifier. I believe they're going to Florida for that this year. Krisha Patel. Finalist in the Principles of Hospitality and Tourism category in the ICDC National winner, we have, qualifier, Sanvi Tanapapu. And last on the slide, seventh place in the International Business Plan category and ICDC National qualifiers, Abhinav Tati and Hashim Asikolei. I believe we have one more DECA slide. All right. Finalists in the Integrated Marketing Campaign category, we have Rahav Dixit, Risha Thiru, Sanji Billa, and Alan Joseph. Fourth place in the Marketing Communications teams category and ICDC national qualifier, Sakshi Kale. Seventh place in the Project Management Financial Literacy Project category and ICDC national qualifiers, Raj Vora, Sadie Deshpande, and Bhavan Bendapurli. Last but not least, in the DECA category, we have finalists in the Sports and Entertainment Marketing category and ICDC national qualifier, Danica Zale. I'll be right back, but I want to introduce you to Ms. Vinitha Garshankar, who is one of our engineering teachers at the high school. She's going to be reading the names of a few of our students who were in a recent competition. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It gives me great pleasure to say that 4 NTHS student teams from my AP Computer Science Principles classes competed in the Code Quest competition conducted on March 1st at the Lockheed Martin Moorestown facility for a grueling 2.5 hours of competition based on problem sets given to them created by the Lockheed Martin professionals. Code Quest is the annual computer programming competition hosted by Lockheed Martin for high school students. Teams work together to solve programming problems, using Java, Python, C#, and/or C++. Our students typically work on using Python because that's what we teach them in the curriculum. About 20 schools participated in the novice and advanced categories. 2 of our teams, Quantum Queens and Binary Bros, came in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, in the novice category. So, without further ado, I'm going to call out the names. Gia Shubi, Aditri Manda, Yakdati Woodward, Nitish Sundar, Gokul Krishnaswamy, and Vivek Sulanarayana.
So this next slide has to do with one of our teachers at the high school, Ms. Lauren Staub, who's been recognized by the American Red Cross as a recognized distinguished service provider. In terms of what she's done at the high school, it's been amazing. We have over 300 students who belong to this club. The Red Cross has identified and has recognized us as an ideal, like one of our outstanding chapters through our work in terms of disaster relief as well as blood drives and the like. So I'm hoping she's here tonight, Ms. Lauren Staub. If not, let's give her a round of applause. I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Kevin Higgins, our principal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barandica could not be here tonight, so I was a last-minute reliever coming in from the bullpen. I'm going to introduce you to some of our very successful teams and individuals that had a great winter season. As I go through this, I'm going to call out students' names in teams. If you wait until the end, you can hear everybody's name. If you clap while I call out the names, you can not hear me mess up their names. So you can do what you please. Our first slide is recognizing our Greater Middlesex Champion Ice Hockey team. The team is represented by Dakota Benedati, Benjamin Blizniak, you can clap, I was just kidding. Evan Berkshot, Christian Sakala, Anthony D'Angelo, Michael Del Preet, Matthew De Palma, Nicholas Diaz, Christian Fama, Nico Iannacone, Masud Igor, Aiden Mamalidi, Kristen Nunez, Albert Stramato, Brian Schwartz, and Ryan Weiss. Additionally, we have some individual recognitions. Douglas Jorgensen was named All-Conference. Peyton Million was named All-Conference. And Cameron Schwartz was named All-Conference and became MTHS's all-time assist leader this year. Congratulations to our ice hockey team. We had a very successful basketball season as well. We have 2 representatives that from our boys team, all red division, Braden Hoiberg, and all red division second team, Logan Kodiak. For our girls basketball team, we have all conference, all division, and became MTHS all-time girls leading scorer in basketball this year, Evangelina Francisco. All red division, Kira Longo and Zoe Rocher. Our girls basketball team made it to the finals of the state sectional championships this year, but did come up a game short. But our girls basketball coach in his first season, Brian Hines, was named the Greater Middlesex Conference Girls Basketball Coach of the Year. We have our bowling team's individual awards. 3rd place in NJSIAA All-Conference and All-Division, Aiden Wiskowski. 7th place in the state All-Conference and All-Division, Aiden Hopi. All-Conference and All-Division, Preet Kalsi and Annette Pasco. And our GMC champion, All-Conference and All-Division, Rishmika Gandhi. For track this year, we had successful season with our GMC champion in the 1600, James Giordano. And we had our GMC champion in the 3200, 5th place in the Group 4 championships, and qualified for the Meet of Champions, Stephen Barbera. For our very young swim team here at Monroe Township High School, we've only had a swim team for 2 years now. We had individual honors for our girls and boys team, all conference and all division, Genevieve Warner. All conference and all division in the 100-meter butterfly and the Meet of Champions qualifier, Aiden Liu. All conference and all division in the 500-meter freestyle and Meet of Champions qualifier. Also had the new GMC record in the individual medley, Brandon Anand. And all division school record in the 100-meter backstroke, Jordan Swords Barnett. For the first time ever, our Monroe Township wrestling team has become the Central Jersey Group 4 State Sectional Champions. Congratulations to our boys team, Kaden Medillo, Arjan Biju, Hayden Cannon, Anthony Caponegro, Kyle Capadano, Nick Cavallo, Aman Shima, Joel Chamula, Daniel Garas, Daniel Marino Garcia, Alexander Hadoff, Muzaville Kakar, John Wallace, Bryce Lucy, Lance Lucy, Anthony Marcos, Robert McGuire, Utal Peavy, Justin Polisak, Luke Polachak, Jafar Rizvi, Andrew Arquillo, Joshua Shumsky, Matthew Shumsky, Ishar Singh, James Verderami, and Ryan Gaslachik. We have some individual honors for our wrestlers. Conference and district champion, Region 5, 3rd place, and state qualifier, Anthony Caponegro. Conference champion, Region 5, 5th place, Kyle Capadano. District champion, Region 5, 5th place, Joshua Shumsky. And our conference champion and NJSIA qualifier, Aman Shima. And it was with great pleasure to announce that our wrestling coach, Mr. Joe Urell, has been named District 18 and Region 5 Coach of the Year. At this time, I would like to introduce our Purple Squad Intermediate Cheerleading Coach, Coach Kim Lawson, who's fresh off a plane from Florida. She's got a lot of hardware with her. Apparently, they won a lot of championships down there. To just give a little update on everything they've won.
Apparently, I could probably do well taking that public speaking course from the young lady at Applegarth. I'm great in front of students, but adults, I ask for your forgiveness because I get nervous, so I apologize. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the board, administration, Mr. Barandika especially. I wrote this really quickly on the plane on the way home because I wanted to make sure I didn't leave anyone out. We started this program 2 years ago. You were so gracious to provide us with this opportunity for more athletes in our district to participate in cheerleading. We came with no uniforms, just only asked and provided for us as a team. We came out our first year, 8 out of 9 first places, so I'm pretty proud of that. We were state champions our first year. And moving into this year, it is with great pleasure and great honor that I get to announce that in our second year, we were also NJCDCA state champions. Yesterday, and over the weekend, we participated for the first time in Orlando, Florida, as a varsity intermediate cheerleading team. And we weren't sure how that would go. We got down there, we realized we didn't have any direct competition. I'm not reading off this at all anymore. We didn't have any direct competition, so I challenged our athletes with high point because we didn't go there for a participation trophy. We went to win. So if we're winning big. And there was a little discrepancy in our score. Our athletes didn't get announced as high point champions, but as any good coach would do, you go and when you know something isn't right, you go back and you ask. So, not only did they come home with yesterday their first place score. That challenge that I gave them, that we don't get participation trophies, that when we go bigger, we go home, they got it. If we wanted to continue competing with the American cheerleaders, I did bid to Ohio. But more importantly, I applied for a scholarship for our team from Rebel Athletics. They put it out there, and if you know me, if there's a scholarship out there, I'll apply for it for my athletes and for our district. And it is with incredible honor that we received an $11,500 uniforms for our program. So got this nice piece of hardware too, and we have some medals and a bigger trophy coming with that. I'd like to take a moment and thank my coaches that coach right along with me, Ms. Doreen Pagano and Ms. Carrie Fernal, because they deserve it. Alright, there's only 4 athletes here because as I said, we're fresh off the plane from Florida and there was delays and people's flights got canceled. And I'm going to do my best to get through this really quickly. So if you're here, my 4 lovely dolls, if you can make your way down. So we'll start with Kayla Alexandrowski, Colby Bacon, Brittany Badiak, Jacqueline Bennett, Emily Boyle, Riley Boyum, Valentina Callow, Jacqueline Ferris, Sophia Dahlia, Madeline DeLorean, Ava Fay, Victoria Fiordaliso, Alexandria Agrippa, Emily Jacques, Emma Kerbency, Lyra Lujo, Alexa Marquez, Juliana Moriera,
Congratulations, Andrea and Belle.
Finally, and certainly not least from the high school, every year, parents and students and staff have the opportunity to nominate Teachers of the Year and Educational Professionals of the Year and Support Professionals of the Year. Once those are announced at your school, you may not realize that there are other opportunities for those people as well. And it is with great pleasure and pride to tell you that this year, the New Jersey School Counselors Association has named Casey Buffalino, our school counselor, as Middlesex County Counselor of the Year. She will be honored this Friday at a recognition awards luncheon at the College of New Jersey. Thank you.
The next item. The auditor. Am I on? Okay. Yeah. The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report.
Mike.
No, he's gonna sit.
Oh,
He's
right.
sit.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Want to sit by Laura?
Hi.
How are you?
No, that's.
Is that okay?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jerry Stankiewicz. I'm a partner in the public accounting firm of Samuel Klein and Company. We are the appointed independent auditors for the school district that is appointed by the board to audit the records, financial records of the district for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. I'm here tonight to briefly present the audit to the board. There are no comments or recommendations within the audit that require the board to take action, a corrective action plan. You are required to acknowledge acceptance of the audit, okay, but there's no findings that we had. And I just want to briefly indicate, first of all, we're responsible to the board. We're appointed by the board, we're answerable to the board, okay? Management, which would be Laura, the business office, superintendent's office, and all the other departments that feed in to the audit report itself, as well as to our audit testing. We present and we go through the different departments, okay, and management presents us with the information. They present us with financial reports, general ledgers, bank reconciliations, receipts, disbursements journals, payroll reports, quarterly payroll reports, payroll taxes, financial reports regarding the operation of your food service fund, your early childhood fund, and from all that we then prepare and analyze and prepare samples that we want to look at, all based on random numbers, okay, to basically test the transactions of the district for the year, okay? We test payroll transactions, and we test those to determine that everyone is being paid properly and in accordance with board authorization and or collective bargaining agreement or management contract. We test to make sure that the payroll taxes are paid on time. We test to see that employees who are getting extra pay, for example, like this evening, coaches, student activity advisors for the various clubs, part-time employees, part-time hourly people, extra pay, class coverage, or everything that is involving extra. In that department, in the business office, we found that to be operating very nicely. We got good audit results. So we're happy to report that the payroll, and again, it's a lot of hard work by people in the building to make sure that everyone was paid properly and timely. And also too, that when we asked for something, okay, it surfaced rather quickly. We didn't have to wait and say, oh, I got to find this. And that's a good sign. That's a good audit environment, okay? The other thing we test for, obviously, is expenditures. So we get check registers and budget reports, and we run a random sample of the expenditures. And what we test for, amongst several things we test for, but here's the key thing that the board members really need to know about the testing that we do. Expenditures are in the district properly documented, charged to the correct budget code, okay, charged to the correct fiscal year, and you're in compliance with the public school contracts law. Those are the four most important things. Sure, other forms have to be on file, but in my mind, from what I know, those are the most important, okay? We also audit the enrollment count, the ASSA. We audited that as of October 15th of 23, which is includable in the 23-24 audit. We found that to be in proper order, and in fact, what we do, and yeah, I do, we kind of over-audit that. We want to make sure that is all proper. We check every single kid, and we also check the DRTRS, which is the reported transported resident students. We check that, and we also verify the IEPs for the special kids. Okay, make sure those are all properly, not necessarily filled out properly, but that there is an IEP, and that if you claim, let's say you claim 1,000, well, there's 1,000. We don't necessarily look at everything in there, but we just make sure that that's all proper. So we do testing. We touch on a lot of different areas. Other areas that we touch on would be compensated absences, which is unused sick and vacation pay. That has become a very popular topic recently in New Jersey amongst all government agencies. So we kind of did a deeper dive into that to make sure that that's all proper. What else? Oh, and the key thing is, and you hear these terms, and this is kind of technical, and if you're on a board or if any of you board members work in an entity where you have some financial oversight or someone answers to you, the key thing too is here that your bank reconciliations agree to the general ledger on a monthly basis to the penny. It's technical, but it's important to know, and that tells us initially that the general ledgers and the records presented are in balance, okay, and that we can rely on them. We still test them, okay, and from those records, we then flow that information through to the audit exhibits, which are contained in the rather thick document that you've all been provided, okay, and that thick document is really information that is representations of the business office. We merely put it into report format, but we also audit it as we go along, okay? Then that's important because really records get presented for audit. And the only thing inside this bigger document that belongs to me and to us and my firm is our opinion. Our audit opinion is such that it's what's called an unmodified opinion, meaning that the records as presented by the business office present properly the statement of financial condition of the district as of June 30th. Now, our job is to really verify the numbers as provided. Our job is not to say you're in unbelievable financial condition. That's just not our job. But our job is to verify numbers, okay? So the other document that you receive at the thinner of the two is actually my representation to the board about the operation of the business office, inclusive of everything that I've mentioned previously, okay? So in that document, there's wording in there that talks about different things that occur within the finance office. And again, we found nothing that required us to disclose it to the board. We're very happy with our audit results. The other thing we did do, and I didn't mention this the other day at the exit conference, was that we do look into your food services records, even though it's really their records. We do check those out, make sure that, you know, like I understand there's two or three Monroes in New Jersey. We want to make sure we don't get charged for the other two Monroes, and also too, we verify the meal claims. You have a $3 million operation in your food service fund. for that size of an operation, although compared to other districts, your free and reduced applications aren't as many, we still verify the claims that you make to the government for reimbursement for the meals. So that all worked out very nicely. And we did spend a little time at the early childhood program and just not snooped around there, but we just did a double check. We did some testing there. I think it's important that people in the different departments know that, you know, every now and then someone's going to show up and, you know, to honestly keep everybody honest and we take a look and see, you know, because sometimes you never know what's going to happen. It does happen. Lapses do happen, lapses in judgment. Haven't had that problem here this year. Hopefully it doesn't happen anywhere. But so in the end, we have two documents. The thicker of the two is our document that is a joint venture with the board. It's the annual comprehensive financial report. And then there's the other document, which is my representation to the board. So there's nothing that requires the board to take action. For the record, the audit was filed on time, okay, under the wire. And also, too, there's an electronic version of the report that got filed, I believe, in December, way before the January 1st deadline. And like I said, you know, the January 1st deadline is kind of interesting because I don't know what they're going to do with it on the 2nd. But we filed that all in accordance with those deadlines. And another thing, too, is there was an exit conference held with the Business and Financial, if I get it right, the Finance and Operation Committee last Wednesday. I lost track of everything. And there we discussed in a little more details the findings of the audit. So that audit exit conference took place there. Do want to mention, though, the support staff in the buildings were all very helpful. They were very helpful. And when something was needed, it was produced quickly, again, which is a good audit environment. And in the end, we end up with excuse my language, unmodified opinion, which in the old days was known as a clean opinion. And it's not modified, okay, because the records presented were properly presented in accordance with accounting principles related to school districts. The financial statements have a lot of different numbers in them, okay, and it's not intended to be presented as if it was a corporation, okay? But there is something in there that includes your long-term debt, includes sick pay, vacation pay, depreciation. They tried to move it towards a more corporate model. I don't know why, but we're required to follow it. The audit is done. There's two different components. There's the audit piece and there's the accounting piece. The accounting piece is in conformance, which is really what we give an opinion on, is in conformance with the requirements of what's called the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And the audit requirements are done in accordance with auditing standards that the whole profession follows, auditing standards that the GAO at the federal level requires, and auditing standards that the NJDOE require. So again, we're covering three different bases there, three different types of accounting. One thing I want to point out, and that is on Exhibit C1, it discusses, it doesn't discuss, there's numbers, okay? There's different surplus, there's different components to your fund balance, okay? And although it may look like a big number in total, okay, when we opened the door for business on July 1 of 24, okay, some of those numbers, they disappear because you needed them to balance your budget. And some of it's carryover money from the prior year's budget. For example, you have an unemployment reserve of $115,000, encumbrances of $99,000, which is a small number. You have excess surplus left over from the 22-23 school year of $1.4 million. You have excess surplus left over from the 23-24 school year, which is $2.9 million. You have capital reserve of $23,000. You have designated for subsequent years expenditures, which when added to the excess surplus, $1 million is $1.7 million. That was used along with the excess surplus to balance the 24-25 budget. It gets confusing. And then you have your what's called the unassigned. It's a 2%. You're allowed to keep maximum of 2%. And again, I talk about the old days, but it used to be your free balance. Okay. Now everything you do now is formula driven. Okay. You do have some discretion though, during the year, if you find out you have maybe excessive amounts of money, you can earmark that money between June 1 and June 30th into a maintenance reserve or a capital reserve. And my remembrance here is that you didn't really have ever had the necessity to do that, because I think most of the money here always accrued into excess fund balance, okay, or reserved for excess fund balance designated. So although it may seem like a lot of money, it approximates 9.6 million, it kind of disappears as soon as you adopt your budget, okay? And really the only thing left in reserve is the 2.9 million that you don't know about until you finalize the audit for that fiscal year, as well as the 3.2 million, I'm sorry, yes, 3.2 million of your 2% money. So in the end, we were very happy with the results of the audit, and for the record, I'm very happy to be the auditor here. And again, the business office was very, very supportive and gave us all the information we needed on a timely basis, and we want to thank them as well.
Thank you.
Actually, if I went on before with all the crowd, they could hear all the good news. You know?
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Ms. Allen, on a great report. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the presentation. Oh, do we have? Oh, sorry. We have to.
Am I dismissed?
There's a. You are.
My wife
Thank
is waiting.
you.
I can't try that.
Okay.
Do I read that?
This one?
I can read it. No, this. It is recommended that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education accept and approve the annual comprehensive financial report and the auditor's management report on administrative findings, financial compliance, and performance, and hereby approve and authorize the submission of the required corrective action plan to the county office, indicating that there are no recommendations for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tufano, second by Ms. Fora. Could we roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes.
Mr. Tufano? Mr. Zeichner? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
He's virtual.
Here he is.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes,
Yes, motion passes.
and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The next item on our report is the presentation of the preliminary 25-26 school budget.
Okay. Congratulations again. And before we continue with this segment of it, I just want to say how outstanding we are as a district in the celebration of our children in many different facets of their accomplishments. It's truly a wonderful evening when you get to celebrate what really counts, and that's the kids. So I just wanted to take a quick moment before we continue. At this time, we are now presenting our preliminary budget. And I don't have the clicker, so somebody's clicking for me. Thank you. So as you know, we work diligently, and we're very excited to be able to have the support of our members of the Board of Education listed there for you. Our Finance Committee members, our chairperson is Ms. Gonzalez-Bora. On the Finance Committee is Usha Sharma, Amanda Peck, Peter Pirro, and Katie Fabiano. Of course, we always like to adhere. People don't realize, but you need a vision and then a mission statement because it helps you know where you want to be and where you're going. So Monroe Township Board of Education commits itself to children by preparing them to reach their full potential and to function in a global society through a preeminent education. And our mission statement is Monroe Township Public Schools, in collaboration with the members of the community, shall ensure that all children receive an exemplary education by well-trained, committed staff in a safe and orderly environment. And the executive summary, and I know that I'm not going to continue reading to you because you can read yourself. So basically what has occurred is we have been on an upward trajectory for many, many years. I myself have been here since 2003, so approximately 22 years. And we have seen incredible growth that has really pushed us into an environment of what we need. And we always, one of the comments I had said when we had gone out looking at the time for a referendum is, we always go by wants, needs, and must-haves. That being said, we are finally, and I don't know how long it's going to last, and we are in the midst of completing our demographer's report, which will be presented at the BG&T on April 30th. We are finally starting to just level out. So I can remember being in Applegate schools, an assistant principal in 2003, 2004, with 2 grades, 7th and 8th grade, and we had maybe 500, 600 children. And then by the time we moved into this building, we started at 1,200, 1,300, and before you knew, we were almost at 1,900 children. We are finally at a point where we are leveling out. The reason why I share this with you, because I think it's imperative to understand that we are very fortunate in this district. And I'm going to make this statement because I know there's been some questions. We are cutting and or removing no programs for our children. We are keeping the programs that we currently have. We are able to grow certain programs that sometimes are at a cost to our parents. But other than that, all of our programs are remaining. And we have really worked very diligently as a team. And I want to thank Dr. Lehman. I would like to thank Ms. Allen, Mr. Tague, all of our supervisors and directors, our principals and assistant principals, because we truly have worked collaboratively to say, what is a want, what is a need, and what is a must-have. And that is something that's done through rigorous defense rounds that occur, and back and forth and back and forth. Never touching the programs for our children, but also living in the real world where enrollment has to drive staffing. So we are very proud that we were able to present a budget for approval for this evening, a preliminary budget, and we want to let our community know, inclusive of our staff, our students, our parents, and those that may not even have children in the district, that we worked diligently to make sure that we stayed within our 2% cap. We did not go out for an additional question, and we were able to not remove any programs or courses from our children. Some of our key budgetary considerations, because we live in the real world and we know when something is aging, our aging facilities. We'd like to give a shout out. We're very, very excited that we are in the process of working on Applegarth School. We do have various different updates, if not every BGTNS meeting, but at least every other. We are very excited that we are able to get the $10 million through ROD grants, through $1 million from the state, as well as partnering in a shared service agreement with the township. So we are very excited that we are able to, and that was my very first home, so it's a little fondness in my heart. We are able to bring Applegarth to the 21st century. So, a little clap. So as far as our aging facilities, one of the things that's on for approval this evening is our ESIP project. So one of the things that we'd like to be able to do is utilize monies that we will be able to have from that to look at the aging facilities. We sit down, we have meetings after meeting, and we say, what is a priority? Because we do not have the money to do it all. We want to make sure that we take care of what our first priority is, and then of course you go in succession of whatever is needed. We always worry about our New Jersey student learning standards. One thing I'm very proud to say, and Dr. Lehman and I have this conversation quite often, we will never be adequate. We have no desire to be adequate. The word adequate to me is not a good word, and we are proud to say that in Monroe we are over-adequate. So therefore, we surpass any requirements as per the New Jersey Department of Education, and our goal is to continue to be not adequate. Student-teacher ratio, we hear many different things. By all means, if you have a question, please email us. Facebook is not accurate. The information you receive is not accurate. Ask, and we shall provide an answer. We are now looking at our numbers. What does that mean? If you have 680 children in a grade, and you're now going to have 465 children in a grade, does that mean that we're going to make class size larger if we move around staff? No. That means that our enrollment drives our staffing. And that's what you just call good business. And I'm most certainly not an accountant. But that is what you call doing what you need to do. So we are still very proud of our student-teacher ratio. For those of you that do not understand scheduling, the bottom line is this is how it works. You cannot just take a group of children and divide it by how many classes are occurring. Why? Certain children go into a special needs class if they need it. It could be a resource. Certain children go into a classroom where there's 2 teachers, so perhaps there's a couple of more children. Certain children go into accelerated programs. When you do that, you could have the anomaly of a class of 18. Could happen, where another one has 28. Well, why can't you just move the 18 to 28? It doesn't work that way. So I want you to know that when you hear the misinformation, please ask. Because factual information is very, very important as we continue to navigate our district. Maintain programs. I could say that without even, I don't have to look at anything. We have cut, we have removed, we have lessened, no programs. And of course, we continue to look at transportation. Transportation for a while was really a difficult challenge. Why? Because we had a shortage, not just in Monroe, but across the state of New Jersey. And that shortage truly was an area of bus drivers. We continue to try and embrace some of those employees that want to go and take the proper classes, get their CDL license. We have now something that's actually in here that's a stipend position. It's not a separate position where we have training in-house because our goal, whenever possible, is to have our fleet drive your children. Our contracted routes are just as safe as any other routes, but we like when they are our own because the communication is always the best. It's just common sense. They belong to us, they answer to us immediately, and that is why one of the things that we'd like to bring in-house. Additionally, the cost is a great savings. I've been working directly with Ms. Allen, myself, and Ms. Martyr, who is our Director of Transportation, to really see, can we think out of the box? Can we look at routing, which she does, not me, but I always give my 2 cents or 3 cents. Can we do something a little differently? Can we see what we do? And can we make as many buses of ours, our own fleet, not only for cost savings, but for making an opportunity to have better communication within our own district? So timeline, key dates, I'm going to stop at February 20, I'm going to stop in December 2024 and give this over to Ms. Allen. So one of the things I mentioned earlier in my presentation is we are very steadfast and true. We provided a budget philosophy discussion in September. We were extremely early. Our intent, if possible, was not to have to go out for another question if it did not affect the children's programs. And we worked very diligently, kind of backwards, to make that happen. Between November and December of this past year, our budget defense meetings with district staff didn't happen once, didn't happen twice, but probably happened 4 to 5 times or 6 times. A lot of it was preliminary with Dr. Lehman, and then was meetings with myself, meetings with Ms. Allen. Then we called them back in, meetings again, looking for areas in which we can just be financially and fiscally appropriate, conservative, and answerable to the community, and making sure that we were looking at auditing programs, auditing staffing, doing everything we needed to do so that when we came down to the budget, we'd be proud of the budget that we presented and fiscally responsible. And on that note, I thank you very much for your attention. Ms. Allen, you're on.
Okay, so we did receive our anticipated the state aid release on February 27th. On March 17th, tonight, we are doing the tentative budget presentation. May 5th is the budget hearing and adoption. So there's quite a bit of time between tonight and May 5th for questions or changes or any more information that needs to be gathered. May 7th is the deadline to file the adopted budget with the executive county superintendent, and May 19th is when we have to certify to the Board of Taxation the amount that will be raised for taxation. So the next slide. So where does the money come from? So as you can see from the pie chart, the majority of our revenue, 85%, comes from the local tax levy. This includes both general fund tax levy and debt service tax levy. Our second largest source of revenue, state aid, represents merely 8% of our total budget, and federal aid is only 0.9%. 2.8% is derived from tuition revenue, which includes tuition from both Jamesburg and our enrichment programs. Fund balance at 1.9% is the excess surplus from the 23-24 school year, as certified by the auditor, which is statutorily required to be included as a revenue source in the 25-26 budget. The balance of the revenues consists of miscellaneous revenue, transfer from other funds, and transportation fees at very, less than 1%. So the next slide shows the general fund tax levy for 25-26. We are allowed to grow our general fund tax levy by 2% each year, plus any allowable adjustments. The 24-25 general tax fund levy, inflated by 2%, is $122.6 million. We have an allowable adjustment to the general fund tax levy for an increase in healthcare costs of $2.5 million. The healthcare adjustment applies to districts with a projected increase in healthcare costs that exceed 2% of the pre-budget year. The allowable adjustment cannot exceed the average percentage increase of the state health benefit plan that is determined annually by the Division of Pensions and Benefits, and that amount is 14% for 25-26. So simply put, the increase above 2% up to 14% results in an adjustment for healthcare costs. And this is calculated by the state budget program. So the general fund tax levy cap with the healthcare adjustment is $125 million for 25-26. The next slide shows the general fund state aid comparison between the 2 years. We received our 25-26 state aid amounts on February 27th, reflecting some changes the DOE had made to the state aid formula calculations. So I just want to give a brief explanation, a general explanation of how the state aid is arrived at, because I think it's important to understand, and we talk about state aid a lot, but we don't always go into how it's arrived at. So on our total categorical state aid increased $33,612 to $12.3 million. And while this is a small increase, we were fortunate to not lose any state aid, as many other districts did. We were initially informed by the county to plan on a 10% reduction, and then we were told to plan on a 3% reduction. So we fared better than expected. So transportation aid increased by $150,000 to $4.1 million. Although we have a lesser number of transported students in total this year, the cost coefficients for the per pupil base amounts and mileage amounts used in state formulas increased 3.9%. So transportation is comprised of two calculations. Basically, one is for regular ed and the other is for special ed. And it takes into account the number of students being transported multiplied by a base amount per pupil, as well as the base mileage rate multiplied by the number of students transported, multiplied by the average distance. So that number, again, is 4.1 million. Security aid increased by $283,000 to $964,000. Security aid is based on a projected enrollment, which is calculated by the DOE, multiplied by a per pupil amount. The per pupil amount, as determined by the DOE, increased 45% for 25-26. There's an additional amount added for low-income enrollment. And it should be noted that our projected enrollment shows a decrease, which affects this calculation. Special education aid, which is our largest amount, actually decreased by $400,000 for a total of $7.1 million. Why did it decrease? Because of a change in how special education enrollment is determined. Prior to 25-26, this number was based on a statewide average. In other words, if statewide the special education enrollment was 15.9% of total enrollment, then each district would use that same percentage multiplied by their total enrollment to determine their special ed enrollment for this calculation. And that amount is then multiplied by a base per pupil amount as determined by the state, which has increased by 5.9%. For 25-26, the calculation has been revised to use the district's actual special education enrollment numbers. Unfortunately, this did not work in our favor. Additionally, the total special ed amount calculated, which is the total amount is $21.5 million, it's then split. So 2/3 goes into equalization aid, of which we do not get, leaving the remaining 1/3 for special education. This equates to $14.3 million, which is allocated to equalization aid, and $7.2 million, which is allocated to special education aid that we do get. Just to note, the equalization aid formula has changed to a 3-year average, but does not apply to us. The calculated local fair share, which is based on district property values and income, is $189 million versus our adequacy budget of $122 million. So there is a wide gap there. Next is the Schedule A, sources of revenues combined. And this is a separate schedule, which is a one-page schedule, which is not on the PowerPoint, but there were handouts. This schedule details sources of revenues for both the budgeted 25-26 school year as well as the current 24-25 school year, as adjusted for comparison purposes. So looking at fund balance, we have a greater excess surplus in the amount of $2.9 million to include as a revenue source and will not need to appropriate any additional surplus to balance our budget. It's our goal to build our fund balance back up to be able to grow our capital reserve fund or establish a maintenance reserve fund. And in order to do so, we need to continue to look for ways to reduce spending. Transfers from other funds represents the anticipated Falcon Care ECE excess in the conservative amount of $275,000, which is $125,000 less than the 24-25 budgeted amount. And we've already discussed general fund tax levy. Other revenue consists of tuition, transportation fees, and miscellaneous revenue. Tuition from Jamesburg is budgeted at a flat amount of $4.2 million. Enrichment programs are budgeted at $176,000 and include our summer programs as well as after-school programs. Transportation fees from Jamesburg are budgeted at $239,000. And miscellaneous revenues consist of interest income, use of building fees, integrated pre-K tuition, athletic admissions, etc., and are conservatively budgeted to remain flat at $850,000. We have discussed state aid. We did receive an additional $300,000 for 24-25 allocated from the state budget that we cannot anticipate for 25-26. Extraordinary aid is conservatively budgeted as a flat amount as there is no guarantee to the amount we will be awarded. Federal aid consists of semi-reimbursements, and that has decreased from $16,000 from $83,000. So total general fund revenues for 25-26 total $146.6 million, which is an increase of $4.1 million over the 24-25 budgeted revenues, or 2.87%. Special revenue fund consists of federal and state grants awarded. We conservatively budget 85% of the current year award. This amounts to $1.4 million. The majority of our grant funding is for IDEA, which we use for out-of-district tuition. The other grants we receive every year are the title funds. Debt service funds consists of debt service tax levy in the amount of $10.9 million and debt service state aid in the amount of $280,000. And these funds are used strictly for the payment of bond principal and interest from previous bond referendums and refundings. So total revenue, including general fund, special revenue fund, and debt service fund, is budgeted at $159.3 million for 25-26, which is a 2.21% increase in the amount of $3.4 million. So the next slide is where does the money go? As you can see from the pie chart, 49% of the budget is for direct instructional costs. Regular education, special education, related services, and tuition, not including benefits allocated to the instructional staff. Benefits for all staff are shown separately and amount to 21% of the budget. Benefits include health, dental, and vision insurance, PERS, employer contributions, Social Security contributions, workers' compensation insurance, tuition reimbursements, opt-out payments, sick payments, etc. Facilities comprises 8% of the budget and includes required maintenance for school facilities, custodial services, care and upkeep of grounds, and security. Debt service at 7% represents payments of interest and principal on our bonds. Transportation costs represent 6%, athletics and co-curricular 1%, etc. And next is Schedule B, which shows the comparison of appropriations, and that's a separate detailed schedule that, that you have. And I'm just going to go through some of the highlights. So under the first section, regular programs instructions, you'll note that there's a 16% in instructional supplies. The principals have done an outstanding job of reducing their budgets to what is necessary. There's also a continued effort, thanks to Mr. Feldman, to use less toner, which saves a great deal of money. Included in the other purchase services line item is the first payment of a new 4-year iPad refresh for the high school. In the past, the refresh was a 3-year payment plan. By stretching it to 4 years, there's a lesser impact each year to the budget. thanks again to Mr. Feldman for negotiating this deal where we are paying a lower per unit price than we have in the past. Offsetting the first year payment is an anticipated amount to be realized from the sale of the old iPads. Also within the same line is the proposed lease purchase for 25-26. So we typically include equipment items in a 5-year lease purchase in order to align the cost of the equipment to the life of the equipment. Some of the items we would include this year are technology equipment, textbooks, copiers, musical instruments, and custodial equipment. The next sections, special education, basic skills, bilingual, are fairly consistent and are driven by student needs. Out-of-district tuition costs are increasing by 25%, and it's actually higher because we do use the IDEA grant to pay for out-of-district costs as well. Moving to operations and maintenance of plant services, we are looking at a 20% increase in electricity costs, and insurance costs are expected to increase 15 to 20% as well. Transportation shows some changes between budget lines. The transportation director has, as Dr. Townley has mentioned, provided a budget where she plans to revamp some of the routes, bringing some of the contracted routes back in-house, hiring new bus drivers to run those routes, as well as putting some routes out to bid with other than this ESCNJ. We discussed employee benefits. Essentially, the $2.5 million of the increase shown is offset by the healthcare adjustment. And then regarding capital outlay, the 24-25 budget includes amounts appropriated for the refurbishment of the special services parking lot, the design study for roof replacement at Mill Lake. We had an additional $300,000 in state aid for capital improvements, debt service for SDA funding, as well as some small equipment. For 25-26, we are budgeting for the debt service of the SDA funding only. And we can do this because we did get the $10 million in the ROD grant projects at Applegarth, which are accounted for outside of the budget and are thereby having no effect and providing room for other necessary items. And also the ESIP program that the board has approved will provide approximately $12 million in energy improvements without increasing our budget. And thanks to Mr. Tague for all his work with these projects, because I know it's been very cumbersome. So in summary, total appropriations are budgeted to increase 2.21% or $3.4 million to $159.3 million. So the last slide shows the tax impact of the 25-26 budget. On an average assessed home valued at $336,000, the tax increase for the year would be $161.38, or $48 for every $100,000. This represents a 3.23 increase over the prior year tax rate. The tax increase is based on ratables and tax levy. The ratables have increased 0.91% this year. Last year, the ratables increased 3.4%. The smaller increase in ratables by 70% add to the increased tax rate. And further affecting the tax rate is the permanent tax levy increase approved by the voters last year, as well as the increase due to the health care adjustment. So that concludes my presentation. So long. I do want to say thank you to everybody, because it has definitely been teamwork with the principals and the supervisors and the administration. Everybody, the directors have all really worked hard to put this together so we could get a budget that we didn't have to go over. So thank you to everybody, and the staff, of course, our staff.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I know that the day the state aid was released, I think I spoke to you and I said, I think I'm going to break the website because I keep hitting refresh to wait to see our amount come in. But thank you very much, Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, and Ms. Allen for putting this presentation together. Board members, do you have any questions or up for discussion? Ms. Ratner.
I'm surprised. Thank you, and I appreciate the, I know I've shared this with administration, but I appreciate the budget information sessions that were held for us to get a greater understanding. I do have just a couple of questions. My first question is regarding the Jamesburg tuition. You had mentioned that it's a flat rate of $4.2 million. And I was curious if that has been consistent, because I do know that our Jamesburg enrollment has increased. I had just looked over the last several years. Is that 4.2 million per student, or because you had mentioned flat, so I was curious about that.
Yeah, we've basically been budgeting the same amount, I think 275 students at the same tuition rate. Years ago, Jamesburg wasn't able to pay us the full amount, and there was this agreement, and every year we kind of were keeping a schedule of how much kind of they still owe on that agreement, and now it's down to not much left over. So that's why we've kind of kept it the same, and once that point, we're at that point, we can maybe revisit that.
Okay. My second question was the special revenue fund. Yep. You had mentioned that you budget 85% for that. And I might be missing something, but on our the revenue schedule A, it shows a 32% reduction, which so I just wanted to get confirmation. But I might be missing if I'm missing something.
You're looking at 32%. So, okay. In the first column, the 24-25 budget, that includes not only what we were awarded for that year, but it includes carryovers from other years. So if we don't spend all the money in that year, we carry it over. So we don't budget, so we only budget 85% of the total award amount, not the carryovers. So that's why there would be a difference.
Okay. And then just my last, and this is just more of a request, if you can just explain ratables a bit and how they factor in, because like you saw my face when we were having the budget information presentation, so just to explain to the public how that factors into the tax rate.
Well, I'm not a tax assessor, but I will say the more, the higher the ratables go up, the less tax we pay that affects us. So because it did go up, the increase is much less than it was last year. It did have an impact on our tax rate.
Oh, Ms. Bora.
Thank you. I would like permission to first ask on behalf of our junior board member who couldn't stay but did have a question, and I really appreciate and I'm impressed. And so if I have the permission to read on her behalf, thank you. I am Siona Patel, one of the student representatives on the board. I had a question for when there was an opportunity to ask for the budget specifically, and was wondering if you'd been, I'm reading everything verbatim, if you'd be willing to ask it for me if I can't stay until then. Here's the question. Will the Monroe Township Board of Education be taking the monetary incentive given by the New Jersey government in return for fully banning phones in school? Here is the facts in case you need it. In the New Jersey budget proposed by Governor Murphy, he announced the $3 million in grants for schools that go phone-free. The financial year 2026 budget, which this falls under, will not be voted until or signed till June 30th. Will it still be able to be incorporated into our budget? I'm impressed by the question, and
That's a great question.
will ask mine after you answer this. Thank you.
I don't know who can we can't, me? I mean, are we have to talk about this cell phone ban? Sure.
All right. So is the mic on? At this point, the district hasn't made any decision about cell phone banning or use. We have our current policies in place. If there's a financial incentive, my guess is it would parallel the guidance that the governor has been directed to develop a committee and work with the Commissioner of Education to develop, whatever this potentially would look like. So I would say at this point, it's not something definitely not something we've included in the budget. It's not something we have discussed because we don't know what the ban potentially could look like. But in the future, when we're directed and when we have to address this, and we already kind of have some policies that have cell phones embedded in them, and we've taken some of these proactive steps specifically at the high school in terms of having places for students to place their cell phones. If they're not in their backpacks, they can put them in a safe place in the classroom. So we have some of the things that they've already been suggesting, but again, we need to see how this plays out. But to answer the budget-specific question, at this point, we didn't include any of the funds embedded in this year's budget.
I think that does give the clarity. Thank you so much. I'm going to now start talking as Ghazala Bora. Thank you so much to everybody that has worked on this. We made the ask early, really early last year, literally in the summer, because we were in the unique situation where we went out to a question and we wanted to understand our financial situation as a district, whether or not we will need to go out for another question. This year, there were a lot of legislative changes that helped with that, but primarily, the superintendent had started working with the business office and her team to gauge if the money that they had in the budget with the expected aid and the tax levy would be enough to continue business as usual. And we were given that indication back in November, and so we decided that we would not be going out for a question. And thankfully, when we were presented with these documents, the board members were all presented with these documents last week, like always. But this year, what the administration did slightly differently, where they held 3 different sessions accommodating our various schedules and did like a pre-presentation to the board in the business office or virtually. And so most of my questions have already been answered, but I'm still speaking into the microphone to speak to my constituents and explain to them what my role has been in this budget before I vote on it today. I did ask all the questions, but there are a few that I want to highlight here because there has been a lot of chatter in the community about us cutting programs, and I want to assure you that I will be the last board member to vote on cutting programs. That would be the absolute last resort. If we couldn't find the money anywhere, then we would cut programs. But thankfully, fortunately, given that our state aid did not decrease, even though it was almost flat, we did not have to make that difficult choice, also because our enrollment as a district has reduced. So when I got these numbers last week with Laura in the room, the way I look at these numbers is I look at the big changes, the big deltas. Those could be reduction from the previous year, or they could be an increase from the previous year. And that's where I start asking questions. I'm not from the financial industry, but I have basic acumen based on the work I do. And I did ask all of those questions and got very satisfactory answers. None of them pointed to a program being cut. There was reduction in staffing due to reduction in enrollment. As a public fiduciary, that is the way to go. I agree with it. We cannot afford to hire more teachers when we don't have that kind of enrollment in the district. Are we supporting increases in class sizes? I can speak for myself. I would never support that. But does that mean that if our enrollment reduces, our class sizes should become smaller, more better, comfortable, better education environment? Yes, in an ideal world, it should. But Monroe has its own budget challenges. We do not get the state aid we should be getting. So at this point, we are a status quo. We are not improving our class sizes, but we are not hurting it by the budget that you're looking at today. So I don't have any questions, but I do have a few comments on this budget. A lot of our aging infrastructure needs, if anybody has been following the ESIP conversation, we have a lot of boilers, chillers across all of our 8 buildings that have reached their lifespan and would probably need replacement or heavy repair in the near future. You will not find any appropriations for that because we are right close to tonight. We will be signing the final contract with Honeywell for the ESIP program, and that is going to help us address those infrastructure needs without spending any money in the next year's school budget. And I think that is kudos to the administration and the board that is here for making sure that that happened in time. So I did wanted to put it out there that our need to appropriate money towards infrastructure needs was reduced this year, and it really did help in balancing this budget. I want to give a shout out for some of the creative solutions that I observed. One of the flags was there was almost $250,000 less appropriated to instructional supplies. And so that was one of the first questions I asked because, well, you know, that hurts our programs. I would welcome Dr. Chanley to share what, one of them, I think Laura already mentioned, the toners. Mr. Feldman has been working last year also there was a reduction in that. I will let Dr. Chanley explain the other creative solution, which I felt was a great idea. One of the big increases in our budget this year, almost $1 million, that stood out is beyond our control. It is out of district placement. Yes, we do get some idea grants, but it doesn't really cover it. So our operating budget did go up by $1 million for out of district placement. Nothing that can be done about it. There's no solution to that. Well, there is a solution which was also in this budget. We have increased appropriations towards, I think, if I'm saying it right, assigning a new classroom for special needs and hiring some extra staff there to ensure that we can, through our MTSS programs, start to, send lesser kids out of district. But those that have to go out of district have to go out of district, and we have to spend that money. So that's a whole $1 million more. And lastly, I just want to make a comment on that number, $161. It looks so bizarre because last year we went out to a question, and yet the tax impact was only $24. This year we are not going out for a question. We are within the tax levy, but yet we're going to have a tax impact of $161. That has nothing to do with us. We cannot control it. That is ratables and the tax rate, which is at a municipal state level, not something that any one of us here can do. The only thing we could do is reduce our budget furthermore, but really that's not our responsibility. We have to use a 2% levy because if you all know, with inflation, with our teacher contract that increased almost by 4% year over year, it's hard to balance within the 2% levy. It is really a hard act. If you look at neighboring districts, everybody is struggling, everybody is having to make cuts. We don't want to be responsible for that $161. We are well within our limits. So those were my comments. Dr. Chanley, if you would care to comment on the creative solution on instructional supplies that you explained to me. Thank you.
It wasn't really that creative, but I'll take any compliment I can get.
That was $250,000 in savings, so please.
So what we did is, there's a couple different ways when the principals come to us and supervisors come to us with budget. The supervisors work in consort with Dr. Lehman regarding textbooks and how we do a textbook adoption, and we're able to separate it through lease purchase. So that's a big savings. When it comes to supplies, what we started to do was we normally would have allocated an actual dollar amount to every teacher in the district. And before the teachers got upset, we told them we're going to take care of it. What we did say was, rather than say to each teacher, you get $385 or $355 pre-K through 8, we stopped and said, how about we cut that in less than half? However, whatever you need for your children, you tell your principals and we will get it. And this was our logic, and it's really not that creative, but we as human beings were all like that. Someone says to you, here's $400, you have $400 to spend. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm going to spend that $400. It's not because they're doing anything wrong. It's not about not being for the kids. It's for the children. But they look for ways to spend the $400 because that's the amount of money you get. And that wasn't the exact amount, by the way. And if I say, here's $150, spend it for your must-haves. What are your must-haves? What are your needs? And then, if there's something that you truly need for your children, go to your principal, provide the rationale. The principal provides it to me. My famous line is, Sherry always says yes when possible, which is absolutely true. Something as simplistic as that way of doing things saved us $250,000. And why do we do that? Because we can't help it. As educators, I was a teacher too. We have so much, but we always get nervous that we don't have enough. And if I say to someone, almost like a ration, go to your neighbor. Do they have paper? Do they have crayons? Do they have pencils? In the middle school, if we need to replace microscopes or refurbish things or do things, we are not, and I want to make this statement so it goes on Facebook correctly, we are not going to say no. What we're going to say is, let's be mindful, because every penny adds up to every dollar that adds up to $10,000, $100,000, and it could be $1 million. That is how we did this entire budget in every way, shape, and form. And I must give a shout out to not only the principals and the supervisors, but I have to the staff. I got no negative feedback. The staff really understood where we stood, and they know if you need something, we're going to give it to you. So same thing with a freeze. One of the things that we do every year, we provide where we say we're putting a freeze on spending. In the past, there was some negative that came out on that on Facebook. There's no reason for any negativity. What we say is, It's December, it's January, it's February. We would assume, you're teaching since September, you have what you need. Does that mean that if you do need something, even though there's a freeze, you're not going to get it? Absolutely not. It means you need it, provide your rationale, you're going to get it. So if we have this mindset constantly, it took tremendous savings. $250,000 is a lot of money, and what that helped is, we didn't remove, cut any programs. So I wasn't really that creative, but thank you.
And just to correct, the $250,000 included the savings in toners as well.
Oh, toners, yes,
and
absolutely.
So,
and Mr.
So somebody will start
Mr.
doing the math
Phelps
and say, all right, this is our staff, this is the money, it's not
That means we
$250,000.
gave him $250,000 to spend.
Any other board members have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you again. Ms. Allen, do you have to read the resolution?
Be it resolved by the Monroe Township Board of Education that the 25-26 tentative general fund budget be adopted in the amount of $146,649,000 and a tentative general fund local tax levy in the amount of $125,159,489 and a tentative special revenue fund budget in the amount of $1,439,795 and a tentative debt service budget in the amount of $11,221,264 and a tentative debt service local tax levy in the amount of $10,940,814. Whereby the tentative 25-26 budget totals $159,310,059, and be it further resolved by the Monroe Township Board of Education includes in the budget the appropriation of surplus in the amount of $2,964,002. Be it further resolved that the Monroe Township Board of Education includes in the budget the adjustment for increased costs of health benefits in the amount of $2,537,559. The additional funds will be used to pay for the additional increases in health benefit premiums. Whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has been notified of state aid amounts, and whereas such state aid amounts are, for 25-26, the categorical special education aid is $7,193,085, and for 25-26, the categorical security aid is $964,518, and for 2025-26, the categorical transportation aid is $4,150,596, and for 25-26, the debt service aid is $280,450. And whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has estimated a state aid amount pursuant to application, and for 25-26, the estimated extraordinary aid amount is $397,484. And whereas policy number 6471 and NJAC 6A:23A-7.3 provides that the Board of Education shall establish in the annual school budget a maximum expenditure amount that may be allotted for travel and expense reimbursement for the 25-26 school year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Monroe Township Board of Education hereby establishes the school district travel maximum for the 25-26 school year at the tentative sum of $165,500, and be it further resolved that the school business administrator shall track and record these costs to ensure that the maximum amount is not exceeded, and be it further resolved that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education authorize and approve a transfer of $275,000 of anticipated retained earnings from the proprietary Falcon Care Fund Early Childhood Enrichment Program as a revenue source in the 25-26 general fund budget. And whereas due to the priorities of student and staff safety, maintenance of current programs and staff, and capital improvement needs as set forth in the board's budget philosophy resolution, the board is budgeting to maximum spending authority. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the superintendent of schools and the business administrator / board secretary file the required documents with the executive county superintendent.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tufano, second by Ms. Bora. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes.
Mr. Zeichner?
Maybe louder.
Mr. Zeichner? Okay, Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is our committee reports. Are there, Ms. Bohr, your hand is already up.
Thank you. I'm going to read both committee reports. I'm going to start with Finance Shared Services Committee report. We met on March 12th. The board members in attendance were myself, Mr. Piro, Mrs. Sharma, Dr. Peck, and Mrs. Fabiano. Administrators in attendance were Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, and Ms. Allen. The first item on the agenda was a presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report. Mr. Jerry Stankiewicz of Samuel Klein & Company shared the findings of the annual audit report with the committee members, answering any questions we had. He informed us that all the audits yielded satisfactory results, and like always, business office was very responsive and cooperative for any asked by the auditors. There were no recommendations from the auditors, and no corrective action plan was needed. Next on the agenda was a discussion on the Falcon Care tuition increase. Ms. Jeannie Corallo shared that before and after care services were not charging enough to break even as an operation. There was a need to raise the tuition for the upcoming school year. Ms. Allen shared that there was a loss of $55,000 in the 23-24 school year in the Falcon Care operations. Approximately 12% hike in the tuition last year would have helped us avoid that. This is an additional service we are providing to our parents. It should always be a source of additional revenue and never a break-even or a loss-making operation. The committee agreed with the proposed numbers for the tuition increase for Falcon Care, and it is up for a board vote tonight. Next, Ms. Allen shared a budget timeline with the committee. There will be a public hearing for this budget presented tonight on May 5th, following which the budget will be adopted through a board vote. The public has a chance to give their inputs and comments on the budget tonight and all through the next month through emails to administration and board members. Ms. Allen also shared the details of the school aid numbers for MTSD with the committee. Overall, we received approximately $33,000 more in state aid this year, totaling to $12.3 million. There was a reduction in special education aid, while the transportation and security aid increased. I wanted to note here that myself and Mrs. Ratner will be representing Monroe on Wednesday at the Legislative Assembly budget hearing advocating for fair funding. The committee then reviewed the attorney bills for Porzio Law Firm for the months of December and January, and Bush Law Firm for the months of December, January, and February. Last on the agenda was the bill list. There was a discussion on the bond payment of $2.9 million done between meetings, which has a predefined payment schedule and amount, so Dr. Chandy suggested that we can avoid the issue of payment before approval by getting a one-time approval with the schedules and amount shared with the board once a year. This concludes the Finance Committee report. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Bora for Finance?
I
Okay.
will move on to
Go
the
ahead.
Curriculum Committee report. The committee met on March 11th. The first item on the agenda was a curriculum document for Algebra 2 presented by Mrs. Gasco. The standards changed in 2023, and this update aligned the curriculum to the new standards. Next on the agenda was some very exciting update by Mrs. Drust about the launch of an advanced science program in middle school. This will be offered to selected students in 8th grade. The criteria for selection is a two-phase process, with the initial phase being open to all students to apply. A parent communication with all the information will be sent soon, and this information will also be present on the school website. In the last decade, middle school has come a long way from offering STEM and humanities stack after school to offering advanced math, advanced ELA, and now advanced science to our gifted students as part of their school day without requiring them to choose between after-school sports and clubs and advanced enrichment. Next on the agenda was the yearly club approval for the high school. Dr. Kallela presented a brief history of the old process and how it evolved to the current annual club approval. The committee then learned about the variety of applications that came in for new club approvals. The administration explained that the current process of approval, which involved comparison to any existing clubs that had or could achieve the same goal. This year, the administration has approved 3 new clubs to add to the existing list of almost 60 clubs. 4 clubs were being retired either due to lack of advisor, interest, or merger with a similar club. Today on the agenda for approval are 3 new proposed clubs: the Filipino-American Cultural Club, the Hindu Student Association Club, and the MTHS Coptic Club. The committee then received an update from Mr. Moralda on summer programming. The summer advancement math class is almost at capacity. The Falcons Net summer program is also at 70% capacity. All new programs have been received well by the community so far. Following this, Ms. Roldan and Ms. Ruella shared the plans shared that the plans are in place for the extended school year offering this summer at high school and Oak Tree Elementary School. Lastly, the committee revisited the discussion on honoring student achievement policy, the Regulation 5440. Dr. Higgins presented his recommendations to the committee along with some insights and explanations on the current processes, which in his words, has been the way it has been done for the last 17 years in our schools. He highlighted that the gap in regulation and the processes is present not just in the way principals list is determined, but also in the way weighted average is being calculated for a variety of honors classes which are not listed in Regulation 5340. He recommended that those honors classes be added to the regulation and the principals list not make any concessions for honors or AP classes. As per Dr. Higgins, the standard of achievement for principals list or distinguished honor roll, like it is called in some schools, is set at unweighted 90 or higher. Allowing grades less than that in Monroe to make principals list will reflect poorly on Monroe standards. The high school administration then shared the need to change the requirement for National Honor Society, which is currently a weighted GPA of 90 or higher, to the new recommendation of unweighted 90 or higher. They informed the committee that due to the easier criteria, more than 50% of the graduating class is making it into the National Honor Society. Next year's count is approximately 375 students. The committee ran out of time to conclude this discussion, but Dr. Higgins continued this in the policy committee, and the policy with the recommendation is up for a first read tonight. That concludes the curriculum committee update.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes, so I just have one comment and one quick question. So first, I just wanted to give a compliment to the administration for getting the summer programs out early this year. I know that was something we had asked for when parents are making their plans in the summer to have those options available. Regarding the policy regarding the honor roll and National Honor Society, which I know was also discussed in policy, I just wanted to, and I shared this feedback with Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Bora as well, to take a closer look at the Honor Society requirements both at the high school and as well as the middle school. I know we had this discussion briefly in policy. I fully understand that we need to make the requirements stricter at the high school because there is a very high number of students that are being accepted. But if there are ways to reduce that without eliminating that weighted grade there as well, whether it's the percentage being higher or things like that, just other possible means of doing that, as well as taking a deeper dive into the middle school requirements before we bring it back for a second read.
Are there any other questions, comments? Okay, any other committees that
I'm going to hold my comment till the policy update because I do want to piggyback on Ms. Ratner's, but from a policy perspective on the National Honor Society.
Okay. I can go next.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Ratner. Did you want to?
You want me?
Okay. So Ms. Al, who wants to go?
Do you want me to go next so we can just finish the conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The policy committee met on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. Present at the meeting were Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, Dr. Higgins, Mrs. Fabiano, Dr. Peck, Mr. Zeichner, and Mrs. Ratner. There were 3 policies on the agenda for discussion. Policy 2452, Community Education, was brought forth by the committee for review. At this time, it is not feasible for the district to create this program. It was suggested that the word shall be replaced with may. Therefore, the district can move forward with this program when appropriate. Regulation 5440, which is honoring pupil achievement, was moved to the policy committee following a discussion in curriculum. To be clear, the district has been following the policy. It is only the regulation that needs updating. Dr. Higgins prepared a presentation regarding the proposed changes. If approved, the updated regulation would read, and I have it here from his presentation, honor roll. Students in grades 9 to 12 must achieve an average of an overall 85%. Only one grade can fall between 75% and 79%. Principals list. Students in grade 9 to 12 must achieve an average of an overall 90%. All grades must be 90% or higher, based on marking period grades, which are not weighted. This is the current practice at the high school and in step with other school districts in the area that honors pupil achievement in this way. There was also a discussion on updating the National Honor Society portion of the regulation. And the recommendation is, among other requirements, juniors must attain a weighted cumulative average of 90 by the end of the second semester. Seniors must attain a weighted average of 90 by the end of their first marking period. This differs from the National Honor Society standards and most other high schools in the area. Standards are a flat 3.75 not weighted or 92.5 not weighted. Discussions with high school advisors and administration over the years recommend a non-weighted 90 average for Monroe Township High School. If agreed, this would begin with the class of 2029. Okay. Additionally, Dr. Higgins noted that Regulation 5430, class rank, will also need to be updated to match current practices. Currently, the regulation reads that courses that receive extra points, all honor level courses in language arts, world language, mathematics, science, and history receive 8 points. French 4 and 5 and Spanish 4 and 5 also receive the additional 8 points. All advanced placement courses receive 10 extra points. However, there's nothing in the current regulation regarding business, visual, and performing arts. What the high school administration is recommending is that, the recommendation of the high school for class rank and weighted grades. Students in honors level classes receive 8 points for calculations of class rank. Student in advancement places courses receive 10 points for calculations of class rank. Then finally, the bus portion of the Code of Conduct was reviewed. A discussion ensued as to the consequences issued at the elementary, middle school, and high school levels. Parents can access the respective codes of conduct through the district website. This concludes my report.
Ms. Bora.
So just to piggyback on what Ms. Ratner was saying, I first want to go back to the principals list. So given what we understood after multiple discussions is that we've been doing it a certain way. So if the policy now reflects that, the students are not going to feel a change. So only those that were getting 90 or over in every subject in every marking period will make the principals list. And
it's the regulation. I just want to correct you. You said the policy.
Resolution.
Regulation.
Regulation,
Okay.
yes, sorry. The regulation is going to be changed to reflect what is being done, and the students will not feel the change. The other recommendation for the National Honor Society, while I am in agreement that that does need to be tightened to challenge our students more, and also, you know, the value of the recognition should not get diluted, we do need to make a change. But I would like to say that we should continue to acknowledge a weighted GPA. So instead of an unweighted 90, I would suggest that we do a weighted higher than 90, which Dr. Higgins could, or Dr. Lehman, Dr. Chandler, you could come up with a number that is weighted but higher, because this is a change that we're bringing, and I do not want this change to impact students. And I'm speaking now as a mother of 3 children. There is always, even though the child has the ability to do it, there is always a hesitation to go and do something that is more challenging. And this could become an excuse to not do that. So I've always had to push my children when they were trying to get out of a higher level class, and I said, no, you are capable of it, just do it. And now this increased and no acknowledgement of weighted, so they're going to, the tendency, the human tendency is going to be to back away from it. So I would say that for the National Honor Society, since we're bringing a change, we raise the standard, but we keep we allow the students to use their weighted averages for it. So when this goes for a second read, for National Honor Society, we should give a weighted. For principals list, I understand there's no change in processes, so it's not going to impact our students. But for this, it is going to impact our students. And the other thing that I wanted to speak about that we wanted to discuss in curriculum, but we ran out of time, and I believe there was some discussion in policy, but it didn't come to any conclusion. Middle School Honor Society should also be part of the policy. We should, whatever is the process, should be, proposed by the administrators and put in the regulation or, the 5430 regulation or 544, whichever one. I think 5440 talks about it. Because it's just a way of ensuring that tomorrow, if that process changes, the board is aware of it, because it will require a policy change. So it just gives us a little better oversight on these changes that are impacting student achievement. I'm not saying that the administration shouldn't change the requirements 2 years down the lane as per the need. I'm just saying that if we put it in a regulation, the administration, when they're making the change, they will bring it to the board and we will get to deliberate on it. And you always take your recommendations, we may argue, but in the end, we find what is the right solution for our students. So I believe if there is a process in place for honoring students in middle school and awarding them an junior honor society award, it should be part of our regulation. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Ratner?
I don't know if anyone else has questions.
Your report. Does anybody else have questions for policy? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ratner.
Okay. So I have the Legislative Advocacy and Community Engagement Committee. The committee met on March 12th. Board of Education members present were myself, Ms. DePayne, Dr. Peck, Ms. Sharma, Ms. Fabiano. Administrators in attendance were Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, and Mr. Meralda. Our first item on the agenda was a review of the recent and upcoming legislative items. We first reviewed the agendas for the upcoming Senate and Assembly Education Committees. After this, the committee worked on finalizing the revisions to our advocacy letter. While we are all still in agreement that the funding formula must always be a concern that needs to be addressed, based on feedback from the Citizens Advisory Committee as well as our administration, the letter will now focus more on specific appropriations that are needed in Monroe. Mr. Meralda shared that he would finalize the revisions and update the letter on our advocacy page, which I had just confirmed will be done shortly. We also discussed the New Jersey School Board Association certification requirements. NJSBA has two types of certifications, individual and board. In order to achieve the first level of board certification, a board must complete 16 credits of group training, which must be done within a 4-year span, 1 full-day retreat, a policy wellness check, submission of the most recently ratified teacher's contract, and completion of the teacher contract settlement survey, completion of the NJSBA board self-evaluation, compliance with mandatory training requirements for each current board member, and satisfying the governance portion of the New Jersey Department of Education monitoring process, which we believe is known as CUSAC. Next, we briefly discussed the school regionalization efficiency program grants. The committee plans to reach out to the contacts who provide these programs to see if we can get a presentation on the books, hopefully soon, as the deadline for this grant is May 31st. Finally, we went over the information for the budget hearings that are coming up in Trenton. The Assembly Budget Committee will be holding their hearings this Wednesday, March 19th, and next Tuesday, March 25th, which will both take place in Trenton. And the Senate Budget Committee will also have 2 hearings, one in Newark on Wednesday, March 26th, and another hearing on April 10th that will be held remotely for those who are unable to drive somewhere. The link, maybe because of work or any other reason, the link to register for these hearings can be found on our MTSD advocacy page, which you can find under district information on the homepage. I know Ms. Bora had shared that we were both selected when we submitted our application to share our testimony this Wednesday. If anyone else has applied, just make sure you check your email, because they send it from an email address that you may not be aware of is sending this information. And so I will look forward to reporting back on that the next meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Ratner. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Kate? No? Okay, any other committees that would like to give a report? Ms. DePayne?
Yes, on Tuesday, March 12th, the Citizens Advisory Committee met. In attendance were myself, Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, Mr. Meralda, board members Ms. Ratner, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alvarez. 2 of our students, actually one of our students that sits up here, and we actually have 3 on the committee now, and it's really nice to have them there and get their input from the student perspective. And we did give her an assignment, if you can clarify, that go back and explain, get student involvement more with regarding the letter to the legislators and put it from a student perspective. And we've also worked on the letter, and one of the participants that night suggested that the letter was a little bit too busy, which most of us were. And poor Mr. Moraldo, he must have changed it about 10 times. But she suggested to put in small graphs so that when they look at that letter, and we highlighted Monroe, they'll see how much money we have not gotten over the years compared to other districts, and then also our student population growth. So that is not on the website yet, but if you happen to go in a couple of days and look at it, you can, the legislators' names are there. You can send that letter to them on behalf of Monroe, and it will help to just keep sending and sending so they know that we have enough people in this town that really care about our district. Dr. Lehman spoke about advocacy that evening, and also about the letters. And we also have something on our website which everyone can go to and ask questions of board members, and it's mtboe@monroe.k12.nj.us. And if there's questions on that site, we would be glad to answer them as soon as possible, as soon as we receive them, or when we can get the appropriate information to answer your questions. Also, I mentioned to the committee that we're looking for partnerships and co-sponsors. They knew anybody in the district, and I know one of the women that was there went up to Mr. Moraldo afterwards and mentioned a sponsorship or a partnership. So he's working on that. So if anybody in the community has any sponsorships or partnerships with different organizations, businesses, and things that would help the district and help the committee to bring more income into the district so we can do more for the children, it would be really accepted by the committee and Mr. Moraldo, who puts all that together and works very hard at it. So thank you very much.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Payne, Citizens Advisory? Also, did you talk about the bot on the website? There is the little guy
yes,
bot thing in the corner, I guess we can call it, where if you are looking for something on the website, but you can't find the link, you can put in some keywords or ask it a question, and they're working on it.
Side on the page to the bottom, you can check it out. And what does it say? It's a little falcon. A little falcon, and then you can go and check that, and then go immediately put in what you want, like schedule for Applegarth for March or April if you need that. And you can go on and it'll come right up. So each school is represented on that little falcon
bot.
In the right-hand falcon bot in the right-hand corner.
Ms.
So it'll
Ratner?
be easier for everyone. I mean, not just parents, but for people that live in the community to see what play is going on here, what the robotics team did, everything that was reported tonight. People can see how well this district is running and how well the children are doing. So a lot of new changes on our website.
Ms. Ratner?
If I can just piggyback on what Ms. DePayne was sharing, from what was told to us, this is like an AI bot that will learn as we ask it questions. So one of the things that I've personally been trying to do, instead of looking up the information where I might find it, is typing that information in. And that way, if the information is not already being able to be provided by the AI bot, then it is sent to our technology department, who will then route this so that way in the future that information can then be found.
I think Mr. Moraldo called it, I have it right here, an AI chatbot. So I want to make sure we have the right presentation of the words, and like Ms. Ratner said, if we don't have it from repetition of questions, it should pop up right away. So it's really fascinating. So take a look at it in your spare time. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bureau, BDTS?
Okay. Building, Grounds, and Transportation. We had our committee meeting on March 12th at 7 p.m. at the Township High School Media Center. President was myself, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Ratner, Ms. Bora. Staff was Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, Mr. Tague, Mr. Selby, Mr. Moralda, and Dr. Kevin Higgins. We also had a guest, Mr. Raj Juconda from Right Spot. First off was the baseball booster donation. The committee reviewed a list of items to be donated by the Baseball Boosters Organization, and they are appreciative of the group's efforts. The board will recognize the group members at an upcoming public meeting. Our second was the Scout Troop request for a storage shed at Mill Lake and Woodland School. The committee notes that they support the organization maintaining the storage shed. However, we are working with Central Office Administration to move all events during the week. Instead of using the elementary schools, we would be using the high school since we have security there till 10 p.m. So we're working on a schedule where instead of using the elementary schools at night, groups would use the high school. We talked about the middle school classroom trailer review. Administration gave us an overview of the projected student population based upon demographic work ongoing by Dr. Ross Haber. Based on the decreased enrollment at the middle school, administration is recommending and the committee supports not renewing the classroom trailer lease for school year 25-26. The first year savings will be near neutral, as will save lease payments but pay to tear down and removal costs. However, there will be savings for reduction of custodial staff and reassignment of a security staff member from the trailer. Next off, we talked about the ESEP solar PPA project updates. The committee reviewed the final resolution prepared by legal counsel for award of the solar power purchase agreement, which will be presented to the board at this meeting. Administration also gave an overview of ongoing contract negotiations with Honeywell and indicated the negotiations are near complete, and this contract should be available for tonight's meeting for approval. We discussed a bus app for students. Mr. Raj Juconda, president of Right Spot, gave an overview of his students' bus monitor app. He's working with Mr. Maralda on implementing a pilot program at Mill Lake School. The committee will receive an update in the future following the pilot program so they can consider whether or not to move forward to use the app. They're supposed to start this program hopefully right after spring break and continue it to the end of the school year, and then we will review it and see if it's good for us. We then spoke about the high school student parking lot. Dr. Higgins gave an overview of how the high school administration manages the student lot and the progressive discipline program that is in place for students who violate the terms of the parking agreement. After that, we went in a closed meeting to speak about security overview with the schools. That's my report.
Are there any questions for Mr. Pirro? Ms. Bora?
Just a comment. Mr. Pirro mentioned about the trailers, and that did help with some of the budget savings this year. There were concerns in the public about the 2 trailers that will be removed if the class sizes are going to go up, and I had been following up with the administration, and I just want to share some numbers to put things in perspective. In 2018, when the trailers were being put in, middle school enrollment was 1,687 students, with a demographic projection at that time that it would exceed 1,800 students. The preliminary projection for the next school year is 1,555 students in middle school, so that's significantly less than 2018 already, and there is a preliminary demographic projection that it would dip below 1,500 students. So there is enough reasoning for us to take the action of removing the trailers without impacting our student success. Another comment that I had was on a community member corrected this after listening to the committee report, committee meeting video. It was not the baseball booster club, it was the MTHS booster club. There's only one. But yes, this donation of the cage field was possible because of the baseball parents. We are very grateful. This is going to definitely have a positive impact on the sport in the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bora. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Alvarez, last one.
Okay, this one is not that long. Okay. Personnel Committee. The Personnel Committee met on Wednesday, March 12, 2025. Present at the meeting were Dr. Chanley, Dr. Lehman, Mrs. Fabiano, Mr. Pirro, and Mrs. DePayne. There were updates to several job descriptions which are on tonight's agenda for approval. Also for approval this evening, there are contracts for the members of the MTSAA and non-affiliates. The business administrator and assistant superintendent's contracts are also on the agenda for approval this evening. This concludes my report.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Alvarez? Okay, then we're going to move on to our next item, which is our public forum for agenda items only. Any member of the public wishing to speak, you have 4 minutes to do so. Please state your name and municipality for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Doug Dale. I live at 653 Spotswood, Wichita Road. I'm here tonight to join the many who are also here and the many Woodland staff members who couldn't make it, but feel the same way to support Dr. Lynn Chetta for whatever reason she is on the board's agenda tonight regarding her employment. A long, long time ago, I was in a position like I think she is in. As a speech therapist at the high school, I had a student who was a child of a Monroe board member. It was my tenure year. The board voted around the table to approve giving me tenure. This one board member said no. That simple and very easy to give answer was almost a career-altering moment for me, and tonight I think the same for Dr. Chet. We have all heard the rumors of why she is being discussed here. Personally, as a resident, father of a student in the district, staff member, and acquaintance of some of you, I hope that is not true. Because an elected board should always act professionally for the greater good of all and put personal business aside. But we are here because of something. My purpose for speaking tonight is that when that one board member said no to giving me tenure, the superintendent looked at my supervisor and asked him what was going on. He asked, "Do you want this guy?" But with no more than a yes, I'm here in Monroe now for my 25th year, owing my entire career to that man. As a union member and a consultant for NJA on the side, it's not often I'm speaking to a school board to advocate for an administrator. But in 3 years of knowing and working with Dr. Chetta, I feel it's important to stand up for what I know is right. Like someone stood up for me when someone else was trying to wrong me for personal reasons. While the discussions are taking place about her, keep in mind that all you really need to know is that she's good for Woodland and Monroe, and she fits the similar mold of all previous Woodland principals that I have ever worked with. She's good with the staff, she understands the student body and the population of Monroe, she's honest and professional, and tonight, for whatever it's worth, she has my entire support, as I hope she would from this board for whatever is going on here tonight. I appreciate your time. Go back.
Thank you. This is Prakash Pura from 33 Dana Drive. Very disappointed that the principal's list is not using normalized data. What other districts say, don't forget it, do it right. When you're running a track also, the runners are normalized when they are running around. The same way, I'll be looking at each Board of Education members, how you all vote on it. I request you all, let us do best for our students. AP cannot be compared with regular. Honors cannot be. These are the students who have to work hard to get that 90. I've seen my son getting 77. Okay? So they work hard, they come crying home when they get 77 in AP class. So are you going to energize us? They are going to be future engineers, scientists, administrators, or whatever, politicians or what. They are going to be there for our country. So please normalize the data unless or until you show me there's a guidelines from the New Jersey Department of Education. Okay? Otherwise, I'll tell you, it will not be good. Now coming to the budget, and today so many students received awards. I'm so proud of all of you. And the school administration, building, everyone. That represents our students are doing the best. They're going to national competition, state competition, and everywhere. Okay? Now coming to the budget, a lot of houses are being built for $1 million now. So all rich people are moving in. And if anyone says they cannot pay taxes, our school systems have to be the best. They deserve it, okay? And wherever there are seniors with restricted income, the state is giving money. But all these rich people, I request them, they can give money for the school, and I have the best school. Equalization aid, we have to fight. And, you know, the impact fees on the builders, we have to fight. And we should get full-day kindergarten in our here today in Monroe Township, because it's important. If these millionaires cannot pay taxes, let them pay it, okay? So that is my request. Thank you for the good budget. I'm not happy $48 per 100K, so millionaires can pay 480, that's okay. They can deserve it. But I will support best schools, best education in Monroe Township. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Make sure it's actually on. Christina Swacki, Monroe Township. Can you hear me? Yes. Good. James Monroe once said, in a representative republic, the education of our children must be of the utmost importance. Today, in a town that bears his name, we must reflect on the profound contributions of two remarkable leaders, Dr. Chetta and Mrs. Garcia, whose unwavering dedication is shaping the future of our children. As a parent of 3 children in this district and an educator who deeply values the transformative power of education, I have witnessed the extraordinary impact of these two principles. Dr. Chetta's meticulous attention to detail, strategic leadership, and steadfast commitment to fostering inclusive academic environments set an unparalleled standard. Her dedication is personal. She knows every student by name and ensures each child feels seen and valued. She does the same for her staff as well. This is more than leadership. It is an investment in every child's future. Woodland Elementary School could not ask for a better leader. Mrs. Garcia has been relentless and advocate for student success at Mill Lake from the very first day. Known for her hands-on problem solving, support for parents, teachers, and staff, and an active participant in student activities, she embodies what it means to put children first. Her presence strengthens the bond within the school community and reinforces a culture of care and excellence. Their dedication goes beyond expectations. These strong, compassionate women lead with their hearts, prioritizing children in every decision while simultaneously drawing from deep wells of experience and knowledge. They are not just administrators, they are champions of student success. Look at the data. Look at their evaluations. Look at student improvement and growth scores. They put children first. Isn't that what each of you, as board members, have taken an oath to do? The tireless efforts of Dr. Chetta and Mrs. Garcia have been instrumental in fostering a culture of inclusion and growth, and their leadership is marked by integrity, courage, and a commitment to student success. Again, look at the data. Numbers don't lie. You just presented a ton to us. Leadership is not easy and decisions are complex, but it is vital to protect the individuals who have consistently prioritized the well-being of our students and our school community, not to penalize them. Dr. Chetta and Mrs. Garcia exemplify the highest standards of educational leadership, and as a parent and a former district employee, brief that it was, I have seen firsthand how their compassion, dedication, and vision inspire progress. And let's not forget who the true stakeholders are. It's the educators, it is the parents, and most importantly, it is our kids. Every choice made here shapes the future of our community, and we need to be champions of the leaders who embody trust, integrity, and dedication to student success. And as board members, you are meant to be the voice of the community, so I urge you to listen to our voices. Read our emails, listen to our voicemails, look at the crowd. We value both of these women. They give us confidence and peace of mind when we send our children to school, and seeing their names on the agenda tonight absolutely threatens that safety that we feel. Not renewing contracts would strip our schools of progress, safety, experience, and excellence. And I pray that you make the right decision this evening, because our children's future depends on it, and we hope you are both here for many years to come. Please do the right thing. Renew their contracts. Don't take them away from us. Do not punish our children. Our children deserve to have champions, and our children deserve Mrs. Garcia and Dr. Chetta. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, administrators, fellow parents, and teachers that are here. My name is Tiffany Rivera, and I am here tonight as a concerned parent and an advocate for exceptional leadership in our schools. I am speaking on behalf of principals who have had a profound impact on my family and many others in this district. My first grade son struggles with severe school anxiety. It is school-based anxiety. Our lives have changed for 3 to 4 months. A challenge like this that can make even the simplest school day feel overwhelming. But thanks to the dedication, compassion, and unwavering support of Mrs. Pamela Garcia, my son has found a way to not just attend school, but to grow and succeed. Mrs. Garcia went above and beyond, not because she had to, but because she genuinely cares about the well-being of the students under her leadership as well as their families. She took the time to understand my son's needs, to implement strategies that made school a safe and welcoming place for him, and to ensure that he felt heard and supported. She worked closely with teachers, counselors, and even my family to create an environment where he could thrive. And I know my family is not alone in this. There are countless stories from parents and students who have benefited from her leadership, empathy, and commitment to excellence. My 6th grade son was a former student in Woodland Elementary School. He has enjoyed his time there and have grown to be an excellent student and individual under Dr. Chetta's administration. Dr. Chetta is committed to making Woodland Elementary School a place where students will learn, grow, and be prepared as they enter middle school. She has done everything and will continue to give her very best to support each and every student in that school. Leaders like them are not just administrators. They are mentors, problem solvers, and advocates for every child in the Monroe Township School. Losing principals of their caliber would be a significant loss to our students, staff, and community. I urge you, board members, to reconsider the decision to not renew their contract. Great leadership is rare, and when we find it, we must do everything to keep it. Please listen to the voices of the families they have touched and recognize the lasting impact they have had done on this school. Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to come up and speak and express my unwavering support for Dr. Chetta and her continued leadership at Woodland Elementary School. As a teacher at Woodland for over 25 years, I have had the privilege of working closely with numerous administrators during my tenure, Dr. Lehman being one of them. And I must admit, Dr. Chetta is by far one of the best. I have witnessed firsthand Dr. Chetta's dedication, effectiveness, and positive impact on our school community. Dr. Chetta has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership in several key areas. First, her commitment to fostering a positive and supportive learning environment is evident in her daily interactions with students, staff, and parents. She is always approachable, responsive, and genuinely invested in the well-being of everyone within our school community. In addition, Dr. Chetta has been instrumental in implementing and supporting innovative educational initiatives that have significantly benefited our students. For example, the implementation of our new literacy program led to noticeable improvement in student reading scores. In addition, she has spearheaded wonderful activities from the SEL team and AVID team at Woodland. Her ability to identify and address the evolving needs of our student population is truly commendable. Dr. Chetta has consistently demonstrated strong administrative skills. She's organized, efficient, and transparent in her decision-making processes. She maintains open lines of communication with staff, providing regular updates and actively seeking out our input. This collaborative approach has fostered a sense of unity and shared purpose among our faculty. Furthermore, Dr. Chetta has been a strong advocate for teachers, providing us with the resources and support we need to excel in our roles. She's always willing to listen to our concerns and work collaboratively to find solutions. For instance, her support in providing professional development opportunities have allowed our staff to enhance their teaching skills. In a time of numerous challenges facing educators, Dr. Chetta's steady leadership has been invaluable. She has navigated these challenges with grace and resilience, always prioritizing the best interests of our students. I believe that Dr. Chetta is an exceptional leader who has had a significant and positive impact on Woodland School. Her dedication, her vision, and collaborative spirit are essential to our continued success. Therefore, I strongly urge the Board of Education tonight to continue their support of Dr. Chetta and her future here in Monroe Township.
I teach at Mill Lake School. I share this letter on behalf of the third grade team at Mill Lake. The third grade team at Mill Lake School has respect and gratitude for our principal, Mrs. Garcia. Her energy, creativity, and enthusiasm for education has added positivity and fun to the learning environment at Mill Lake and boosted staff morale. As an administrator, Mrs. Garcia is approachable, caring, and helpful. She has made Mill Lake a more inviting place with inspirational sayings, colorful displays, etc. On a regular basis, she goes above and beyond in her efforts to be kind to the staff with special treats and activities. She is empathetic to staff members who have had to cope with aging parents and sick family members. Mrs. Garcia is supportive of the staff in their efforts to better meet the needs of the students. Whenever we've asked for additional trainings, resources, and/or collaboration time, she has been an advocate for us. Making Mill Lake great is at the core of Mrs. Garcia's vision and actions. Inclusivity and kindness are at the heart of the activities that she plans for the students and staff. She is visible in our school by participating in all of the school's activities and visiting our classrooms. It is evident when Mrs. Garcia pops in that the students have made a connection and bonded with their principal. The staff and students are very lucky to have Mrs. Garcia as a principal at Mill Lake School. We hope that she is given the opportunity to continue her leadership and vision for many years to come. Thank you.
I want to share with you tonight an experience that I had with Ms. Garcia. Early this school year, my grandson, who was entering the first grade, became very anxious suddenly about going to school. His first 3 days were great. He couldn't say enough or share enough with us. But then all of a sudden, he did not even want to enter the school grounds, let alone the school building. Ms. Garcia intervened, and I cannot tell you the lengths that this woman went to in getting this child into the classroom. I am sure that if it had not been for her stamina and determination, this child would be being homeschooled as we speak. Not only did her determination prevail, but her compassion, communication skills, knowledge of children, her ability to assess and deal with an everyday changing situation shone through. She She truly exhibited an understanding and pulled out every trick and skill that she had learned and assured us that he would be fine, even though we had our doubts. Miss Garcia could not have been more sensitive to my grandson and his family. Through her kindness and understanding, she garnered our respect, and we knew that she knew what she was doing. We are so grateful that Miss Garcia did not give up on her child. Her stamina was exemplary. She wore out my grandson. He did not wear her out. Not only was she kind to my grandson, but every morning she was outside the school door, greeting and interacting with all of the children as they entered the school. Do you have any idea how awesome it is to see someone who works with our young children create such a nurturing and caring experience for them? You would have to see it to believe it. So many times our educators get a bad rap, and sometimes it is deserved and maybe even misunderstood. But in the case of Miss Garcia, she could not have extended herself any more than she did for my grandson. He has developed a very good relationship and trust for her and speaks of her often. So you see, she knew full well that it would take what it would take to get him in that school and into the classroom, and she was successful. Miss Garcia is an asset to the Monroe Township School District and represents it well. She is deserving of our utmost respect. Thank you.
I'm a little tall. It's nice to see so many familiar faces, and that's because I've been here since 1984. Before you get the hook out, I'm still good. And I'm here to talk about Mrs. Garcia because she's great. Being here since 1984, you can imagine how many administrators I have reported to. I would not be standing here for many of them, and that's the truth. Don't wish anybody not to have their contract renewed, but I would not be standing in front of the Board of Education as a teacher to advocate for my principal if I didn't believe in her. She believes in us. I was close to retirement. I wasn't that happy anymore. She changed everything. She makes me happy every day. Whether you like it or not, she's happy every day. Even if your back hurts and you're having an off day, she is like a cheerleader for staff and students. I hope you were watching before when she went over to help the mom with the children. She does that when no one is looking. And that is the definition of good character, isn't it? When you do the right thing, when nobody's even looking. She's on the floor all the time. She has the patience of a saint. I don't know how she does it. I've watched a lot of principals do it, but she does it very well. She's colorful in her personality, in the school, with the children, and I'm there enjoying my job. And when I enjoy my job, and they enjoy their jobs, the children enjoy their school day. My granddaughters will be going to Mill Lake School. I moved an hour away, they moved to Monroe. 2 years from now, I want Mrs. Garcia to be the principal there because I'm sure, and I'm saying this from my heart, we have teachers that are great, maybe some teachers not as great as others. Mrs. Garcia brings out the best in every teacher. That's what I want for my grandchildren. So please, when you make decisions that I don't understand, and I have the utmost respect for you, please consider how we feel as her employees. We like it there. We didn't like it there that much a few years ago, and that's the truth. Thank you for the consideration. I do not know how to put things back.
There's someone on this side. There's somebody on this side.
I'm very impressed with the teachers and the parents and grandparents who have spoken up tonight. I wasn't expecting this, but I can tell you that I was in education for over 41 years. as a teacher, a supervisor, and a high school principal. And I've attended many, many board meetings. And this is one of the few board meetings where I've heard so many teachers speak up in praise of their principals. So I hope the board has listened with an open mind to what they have said. I'm going to change the tone of the meeting because I want to address some items on the agenda which I found a little confusing. And I think your answers to this might be enlightening to the public. Under your personnel items M, N, and O, and this may refer to these principles, I don't know, but you're replacing employees on paid administrative leave. 3 employees are being placed on paid administrative leave for the remainder of the year. Can you disclose the reasons, excuse me, the reasons without discussing the particular individuals? Item V, under personnel, you're listing many principals, supervisors, and directors. And their salaries are there plus longevity. I'm curious as to what the rationale is for giving those people longevity when they are not capped the way they are on a teacher's pay scale with the teacher's guide. So if you could shed some light on why directors, principals, etc. are given a longevity, I think that would be appreciated. Item Z, you have one person listed as a replacement for a teacher and being placed on a salary guide, and yet you have a second person also replacing a teacher, but they're being placed on a per diem rate. That I found a little confusing. Item AE, I'm confused because why is the assistant superintendent making that recommendation instead of the superintendent? Some explanation of that would be beneficial. Under board action, item N, you're approving several clubs. 2 of them is the Hindu Student Association, and the other is a Coptic club. Both of those clubs have a religious connotation. My concern is what are the guidelines in reference to those clubs? And the organizational chart is being approved tonight, but the organizational chart was not visible on the agenda itself, so it's not clear what the changes are, if any. And under the BA's report, the Business Administrator's report, there is a settlement in item G. There's a settlement being made. What is the nature of that settlement, if that can be disclosed to the public? And finally, item L, where is there's a piece of property that you're transferring to the township for $1. I'd like to know where is that property and why is it being transferred? What's the reason? And how large is that property? As I said, these are very mundane concerns compared to what these other people in the public have spoken of, but I would appreciate answers to that sometime this evening. Thank you. Sure.
Dr. Chanley, do you want to?
I didn't write that down. We'll see how good.
I think I wrote most of them.
Oh,
but
we'll see how good my mind is. Regarding the personnel, unfortunately, that is personnel, and at this time, even with utilizing no names, I would not be able to disclose the reasons why those people are put on administrative leave. I apologize, but that's just a fact under personnel. The second thing is under longevity. Longevity is something that's given to the staff, MTEA, as well as given to the administrators. It's part of their contract. The rationale might be hoping people stay. I don't know, but it's contractual. It has always been contractual. So when something's contractual, it's there.
Well, then I would suggest that the next time that the contract for those people is negotiated, that you consider removing longevity, because those people, they're annually given raises. I don't see the point of longevity. I can see it with the teachers because they reach step 11 or step 12, whatever it is, and then they remain there. Even though they're getting increases, the longevity makes some sense. It does not make sense in my mind for these others.
Well, I appreciate your input. Thank you. Next question.
Letter Z, the approval for the teacher with a salary and the other one's.
The salary, the way it works, we can't put a teacher on step and guide if they're going to only be approved for less than 40 days. So then, because they might have a teacher certificate, don't quote me, but I want to say it's like $246. So that's why there's a difference there. That was the 3 boxes.
AE, why is it under the assistant superintendent?
So we're still waiting because we might have to go out for an opinion to the ethics board. They're under an abundance of caution. Our, no disrespect to you, Ms. Blackburn, but our primary attorney has stated that anyone who oversees Mr. Chanley, because he's married to me, Dr. Chanley, would then be approved through the assistant superintendent. We don't know if that's really necessary, but in an abundance of caution, it's something that we started doing. So that is why you see it separated out.
The clubs.
Oh, the clubs. So the clubs, and I'll speak to this, and because I wouldn't want to put Dr. Higgins on the spot, but it is very appropriate as per the guidelines to allow a club, whether it be cultural or religious, to occur within the school. The club is not centered around people coming in and praying. The purpose of the club, and I mean no disrespect, but the purpose of the club is to allow people of all different faiths, because you do not have to be that faith to be part of the club, to have an understanding of the values of either that religion or that culture, and that's what makes it a club. So it's not that we're forming a religious club where people are coming to pray because we believe in separation of church and state, but it allows people of all different faiths to join that club and have an understanding of the basis of that religion, have an understanding of the basis of the cultures.
The transfer of the land.
I'm going to allow Ms. Allen, or I don't know, Ms. Transfer the land. I mean, I basically can tell you what the transfer of the land is, and then.
Yeah, I mean, the location of the land is right across the street from the board office, behind the fire.
So there's a
department.
tract of land, as far as the size, I'm not sure of it, someone else will answer that. There's a tract of land around, directly across from the board office, which is part of the back part of the fire department. The fire department cannot get their permanent CFO, certificate of occupancy, because they need to be able to say that that land is part of their facility in order to pull the trucks out through the back. So we had a meeting, and it was requested, and it was confirmed through the attorneys, that this piece of land that was originally given to the district, and I know Mr. Tague is here, so I'm trying to channel Mr. Tague. When it was evaluated whether or not that piece of land could be utilized for any of our facilities, we found that the issues that it would bring us would be more costly than it would be beneficial for us to use it to build on, and therefore it doesn't have any benefit to us, and that is why we're comfortable in giving it back. Mr. Tague, did I do good? Okay. As far as the actual size of the land, I'm not that good.
Yeah, I don't know either. And then the last one was the legal settlement.
The legal settlement, I'm going to acquiesce to our attorney. We are in the process, we actually have confirmed a legal settlement, and I don't know if we're allowed to disclose what that is.
I don't know either.
I would simply say that it is to address a commissioner's decision. So I'm
No, that wasn't a commissioner's decision. That was a different settlement.
I'm not their perfect.
Yeah,
That's what I thought it was.
So there was a legal settlement that, the one statement I will make, comes from the 70s, which makes me very happy that I am not involved. Comes from the 70s, in which we came to a decision financially, what monies would be compensated to the individuals that were the plaintiffs in the lawsuit. Is that enough information?
And it wasn't covered under the carrier.
And it wasn't covered under insurance at the time, and none of us were. I was a little girl. I don't think you were born, so none of us were available to comment on the specificity of that particular lawsuit.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I think we got everything.
Thank you for being my secretary. That's okay.
Good evening, Paula de Blasio, 40 Avenue H. Thank you for hearing me, Dr. Chanley, members of the board, administrators, faculty, friends, good neighbors. As I said, my name is Paula de Blasio. I've been a teacher at Mill Lake School since September of 2009. I've also been a resident in Monroe for 25 years now. The majority of my tenure at Mill Lake has been as a teacher of the preschool integrated program. I have the great privilege of teaching our youngest in district, and what a joy my days are. I'm writing to express my strong support for the approval of Mrs. Garcia's contract as principal of Mill Lake School. I've had the privilege of observing her dedication, effectiveness firsthand, and I believe her continued leadership is crucial for the success of all of our students at Mill Lake School. Mrs. Garcia is an exceptional leader who consistently demonstrates
a deep commitment to the well-being and academic growth of all of our students. She fosters a positive and inclusive learning environment where every child feels valued and supported. Mrs. Garcia's leadership is characterized by her dedication to both students and staff. She's a collaborative and supportive leader who empowers teachers, to excel in their roles. Her dedication to creating a happy, engaging atmosphere is evident in the vibrant energy that permeates Mill Lake School. As my colleague Denise said, she is an energy that you need to grab hold of and go. As a teacher of the preschool special education students, I have had the opportunity to witness Mrs. Garcia's interactions with our youngest learners. She takes the time to connect with all of them on a personal level, creating a sense of comfort and belonging. My students genuinely enjoyed her visits to our classroom, and her presence always brings smiles and positive energy. Furthermore, Mrs. Garcia is a strong advocate for early childhood education and the unique needs of our youngest students. She understands the importance of providing a solid foundation for their future academic success, and she consistently champions their needs within our district. Her unwavering support for inclusive practices ensures that all children, regardless of their abilities, have access to high-quality education. Mrs. Garcia's commitment to professional development and open communication creates a positive and productive work environment. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly recommend the approval of Pamela Garcia's contract. Her dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to our students makes her an invaluable asset to Mill Lake School and our district. I am confident that her continued leadership will ensure the continued success and growth of all of our students. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, Betty Savarito, Monroe Township. I'm the leader of the Special Education Parent Advisory Group, which is a state-mandated group, and I wanted to come and speak in favor of Mrs. Garcia and Dr. Chetta. I've long advocated for about a decade for special education in this district, and we've come a very long way. I will say that these two administrators are incredibly inclusive, fostering an inclusive environment, also providing equity for all of our students, which is something that was lacking for a long time in this district. And I'm a little perplexed to see that this is even an issue. It's such a difficult time in education to get quality educators that really care about our students. So I'm imploring each one of you, really consider your vote. I think it's time to make this Board of Education about students and staff, not about personal vendettas and about nonsense. And just like a little note to self, some of you sitting up there, if you could look a little bit interested when the public is up here speaking, that would probably be in your favor. The Board of Education does report to the residents, so I'm just saying, and I want to thank you both because you've done an incredible job in both of those schools. Like I said, I've been advocating for special education for over a decade, and it's wonderful to see the work that you're doing, providing equity, supporting the teachers, holding teachers accountable, so thank you both, and I really hope all of you think about your vote.
Talking about principals list and any other kind of people honoring, it would be fair to take weighted averages. Otherwise, it will be demeaning to the students to take challenging courses, I do agree with Ghazala, where you can raise the bar and use weighted averages like 92 or 93 and up, for example. Principals list is a recognition and an accomplishment. If you don't take rigor into account, school itself might end up encouraging students to take more regular classes. I hear that other schools around are following same current criteria. Why can't we be the first school doing the right thing, encouraging the rigor? Students in Honors Academy take 6+ APs in a year, which proves that they are pushing themselves as hard as they can. Just because one class they got 80+, don't forget this is equivalent to 90+ in regard. They don't get into principal's list, but a student who takes all normal classes, gets into principal's list. What is school learning from this? Think about it. Also, I also want to talk about the district calendar and start date for the school year. I feel that we should revisit school start date, keeping in mind that the number of students taking AP classes is growing every year. Currently, students have less than 7 months to prepare for AP exams before April. April being when AP exams start. There is hardly any time to prepare for the exams. In some cases, they may not even have time to cover the syllabus in the class. The schools in Chicago and Atlanta and some other states start in early August. This gives students a whole extra 1 month and gives advantage in getting better grades in AP exams. Some schools in NJ recently switched and switching from September to August start date for these same reasons. If our school district can move to August start, this can give our students extra month to cover the syllabus and prepare for the AP exam. An extra month is a lot of time to prepare for AP exam and help boost their GPA at school and also contribute to better grades in AP exams as well. Also, this may encourage more students to take AP exams too. Hope all of you consider this fact and make decisions accordingly when you are doing this district calendar this year. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Jill Arminio, 9 Nathaniel Street. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on. I hope it is not personal vendetta that's happening here, but I appraise the teachers, the parents, and everybody who's come here. So I think based on public participation, which I'm a big fan of, you might really want to consider what's going on with your vote. So I congratulate you. And anytime you get that percentage of goodwill from people, I think it should be considered as honest, true, and do the right thing. Okay. And I hate to always come up here and complain, but I'm going to. The size of the presentation. It's apparently I was born for this. The size of the presentation font, you couldn't read it. It was really a disgrace because we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that the public should be able to view. We couldn't see it. There wasn't enough documentation to go through. And it's just not fair. I mean, goodness knows, you're asking us to pay, what?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying it's not a problem. We're hearing this. We can make it much bigger.
It is a problem because you went through the presentation that was, we couldn't see it. So what kind of presentation is that? How do we assess what's going on? You're asking the public to pay every month more money. We should be respected. We should know what the details are, and we should know how to, move forward. Maybe you should have the presentation again at the hearing, the full presentation, and I hope it is on the website now. Is it going to be on the website, the whole?
Yes.
Hello?
It should be on, it should go up on the website.
Second, will there be a closed session again tonight?
No.
There's no other closed session? Okay. And can you give me an idea of what the average teacher's salary is in Monroe?
I can't do an average right now.
Come on. We have a business administrator here. Can we throw out a number? Maybe these guys can tell us. Okay, here's my point. My point is there's always been some controversy about administrative salaries. And I can tell from here that they're very fond of administrators, and I'm happy that the administrators are getting high salaries. But though the administrators are at least 2 times or 3 times the salaries of our teachers. So we need to start considering it. Now, I was in, to be fair, I was in negotiations with the teachers when I was a board member. I have come to the conclusion that we really are not paying our teachers well enough, especially when you see $150,000, $125,000 almost $200,000 for administrators and non-affiliated staffs. For God's sakes, let's, again, respect our teachers a little bit more.
Can I make a comment about that?
Is she done?
Because the Board of Education approves the salary recommendations. They don't set the salaries. And there's always been a controversy about being top-heavy on administrative salaries. I don't need a comment right now. I have one more thing. And there seems to be in this, and you know, when I was on the board as well, there are people who use their personal issues, personal vendettas, against parents, against the public, against staff. It's really good. This has been going on for decades. It's not right. People should be judged on their merits, on the quality, and please vote properly.
Good evening. Dr. James Higgins, Principal of Monroe Township Middle School, President of the Monroe Township Supervisors and Administrators Association that represents 29 of your school leaders. As an administrator in the district since 2009, I have been witness to our system of evaluations and reappointment of principals through 6 superintendents and several iterations of the board. The system works, is a powerful tool to identify through superintendent evaluation and recommendations strong school leaders. Dr. Chetta and Ms. Garcia have been identified as strong school leaders through the process and has been in place many years. While I respect the board's role in oversight, these 2 administrators have been given no prior indication or concerns now that he's frank about their leadership and received highly effective evaluations during their time in Monroe Township School District. We ask that you vote in the affirmative for Dr. Chanley's recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Hi, Roshan Shah, Monroe Township. First and foremost, I do hope you listen to our community and their heartfelt words for Dr. Chetta and Mrs. Garcia. I think you all know it's rare to have so many folks here at a board meeting. It says something, it speaks volumes. And me personally, I've heard nothing but great things about these 2 amazing leaders. So I do really hope you make your vote count and you think about these heartfelt words that these great people have spoken. I do have some questions on the budget. I'm going to apologize and say that my list is long, so Katie, you might want to start.
I got my pen ready.
Okay, so here are my questions. The revenue from Falcon Care went down from $400,000 to $275,000. I'd like to understand why. My other question is about grants. I saw it went down 32%. Do we take advantage of every grant possible? Is there someone that regularly monitors the grants? I know during COVID we took advantage of a ton. I just hope there's someone in place that regularly monitors what's possible. Obviously, a student brought up something that we could have done. I just hope this is something that we regularly do. So that's another question of mine. Dr. Chanley, you mentioned no programs being removed. While I understand that, are there any programs being scaled down? And are there any programs being added, right? So that's another question I have. Do we take advantage of every, oh sorry, I said that question, right? The salaries went down from 1.519 million to 1.422 million for the regular program instruction. So does that mean we're reducing the number of staff, or can you provide more insight there? I was curious as to what other object meant. It's a very non-descriptive term. From 306,000 to 80,000. If you can explain that, that'd be great. Can you explain the unused vacation pay, which has been zeroed out at every turn for this year compared to last year? Is the Honeywell project incorporated into this budget? If so, can you explain where? And then within student transportation services, I noticed that contracted services for regular students went from, my handwriting is awful, $990 to $782. And the lease purchase payments went from $2.299 to $1.655. And this is what I could analyze while I'm sitting here for 30 minutes during the presentation. In the future, it would be appreciated if it was
posted in advance so we could do a little bit of analysis and come prepared with questions. So that's just my feedback here. But thank you.
Okay. So your first question was about Falcon Care and the decrease in revenue.
From 400 to 275.
So that's not really the revenue, it's what we are transferring from the profit from Falcon Care and ECE into the budget. So the profit might be more, that's not necessarily the profit, just the amount we're going to take in. We're being very conservative with that amount because we don't know how the year's going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
It says revenue, that's why.
It is a revenue into the general fund because we're transferring it from Falcon Care into the general fund, so it's considered a revenue source in the general fund. Okay.
Your next question was about grants.
Grants. So we did mention that before. We budget 85% of the grant award. So whatever we got this year awarded to us, 85% would be budgeted for next year. There's also additionally in this year we have carryovers from prior years, so that's why it's a higher amount this year. We don't budget for carryovers.
And I can answer the question about the person.
Yeah.
May I ask why, though, you're budgeting 32% less this year than last year?
It's really not 32%. Because this year we have carryovers from the prior years, as well as new grant awards. The only amount that we're going to budget for next year is based on the new grant awards. We don't know that we'll be carrying anything over. Okay.
We have an individual, so and they work in compilation. So we have Miss Christie, who is our Director of Human Resources, who had come to us before I was superintendent, and I found that she had a lot of grant experience for many, many years in Carteret in her previous district. So she takes advantage, constantly going online. I send her a lot of stuff. I find that it's really people trying to sell stuff, but you never know, so I just forward everything. And she works in compilation with Mr. Tague, who, for those of you that have been here for many, many years, know that he takes advantage of every single available grant that you could ever find. So we do have people consistently looking to make sure that any money that's out there that we can get awarded, we try for it.
Thank you.
Programs being scaled down or
No.
added? No.
As far as programs being added, there are some programs that you'll see through the summer programs, through the before school, summer of STEM or spring of STEM or whatever the terminology is. We have different activities that we do. Like I said, some of it is fee-based to our parents, but we have scaled down no programs.
Decrease in salaries.
Oh,
that's talking about the positions. Well, I don't know if you mean...
No, it's in regular program instruction. There's like different breakouts, and in regular program instruction, it went down.
Is that related to staff? Because then I can speak on that. But
Yeah.
if it's, Oh, okay. So what we did was, as people retire, and they notify us that they're retiring, as we take this, I use the word audit, as we take a staff audit, looking at the programs that we have, the grades that we have, the teams that we have, what we need to sustain an appropriate, we try to be very consistent with our class size. That is why we were able to save that amount of money.
Other objects?
Yes, other objects. Yeah, that is actually the state account name for this. We didn't make it up. So that for this budget line, and it's just certain miscellaneous things. It could be membership dues. It could be, just things that don't fall into the other categories.
Is there a reason it went down so much? Or
Which one are you looking at exactly? The
306,000 to 80,000.
What line item or which category? Because there's.
I don't know. I mean, I can look it up and email you, but I know it's in that 3-page document that was given out.
Okay.
Under general funds.
Under general funds?
Under regular programs.
General?
It's the first one. The first one, under textbooks.
Or
Yeah.
an email
It says
as
other
well.
Under textbooks or is that which?
Is that what you mean, the first category? $500.
Regular programs instruction.
Regular program
Page
instruction.
1 at the top.
That's
Page 1 at the top.
9,000. It's 8,500 compared to 9,000.
Yes, other objects.
I know, that's not the one she's talking about. It appears in many different accounts, so I don't know which one you're referring to.
I'll send an email, don't worry.
Okay.
And then you asked if Honeywell was included in the budget for next year. Yes.
No, before that, my question was about unused vacation pay.
Yes.
Oh, I missed that one.
So, for this current year, you know, a lot of people have retired, and that is their payout. So we don't budget anything for next year because we don't know if somebody's going to retire. If we knew, we could do it, but we don't know, so we can't budget anything for 25, 26. But we did have a lot of retirements this year that there were payouts.
But there's going to be retirements every year, correct? So shouldn't we budget for them? Like,
We don't know who's retiring and if they're going to get a payout. So it depends on who retires, if they're entitled to a payout.
understood, but it's something that happens annually.
We cannot, no, I mean, we can't just throw something in the budget that we don't know
I
what's
think it
going
would
to
depend
happen.
on who's retiring and how much time they have accrued, so I guess the amount would vary depending on how much time they have. Yeah.
Honeywell.
Oh, we said yes, it was included in the budget.
Can you specify where?
Oh.
Well, Honeywell, it's not included in the
because we don't
budget
pay
because
for
we haven't started the program yet.
But
It's part,
it's going to be instituted by next year, right?
yes. Well, we won't have payments until the following school year, so there will be nothing in 25, 26. It will start in, I think, September 26. So it'll be the following school year that there'll be payments.
Student transportation services, the
Yes.
contracted service and lease purchase payment.
Yeah, and we had talked about that because we did, our transportation director is revamping the program where she's trying to bring in back some of those contracted routes back in-house. So that's why there's a difference in the amounts of contracted services between the 2 years. And there'll also be more salaries next year because you'll have to hire some more bus drivers.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank you all. I know this is a lot of work, and so it does not go unnoticed. So really would like to thank you to work on this and answering all the questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Garcia, Mill Lake Principal, right now. I want to say thank you for hearing everybody and listening to us. And from Dr. Chetta and myself, we thank our staff for coming out. So I'm going to trust you because you're going to make the right decision and because you do what's right for children. I have to send my staff home because they have to get up with your children tomorrow morning in a few hours, and it's not right. You have done amazing. Thank you. I trust you. They'll do the right thing. So please call her out. Because I feel like I know each of you somehow, whether you're a teacher or whether I work with your daughter or whether you've been, you know, to my building for the rock garden when we first set it up. And rarely do you get to be in this position, and it's not a good one, I'm not going to lie, but to hear the amazing things that people say about you before you're dead or you're retired. And so if there's a silver lining, that is it. If this year is my last year, which I will be very sad, because when you're lucky enough to find the job that you love so much, and the children and the staff, I mean, who wouldn't love this? You want it to go on. And I'm relatively young. I have some good years left in me. And but if this is it, I respect what's going on. But I got to hear a lot of really positivity, and I know that I have not done something wrong, and that I've given my best. I want to thank those of you who were on the board that hired me, because it's been a privilege, and I say thank you. And I know Dr. Chetta wants us all to go home too as well, and she wants to say thank you, so could you just vote, please? I'm tired. Thank you.
Monroe. I want to comment on the fact that you had a preliminary budget hearing but you did not have a public forum for it. We've never done that in Monroe here. Every single year I sat there for the last 2 hours going through every agenda. Every time the preliminary agenda was given to the public,
not a hearing.
there was a time, 4 minutes, dedicated to questions from the public. It's really not okay.
This was not a hearing.
It's a preliminary budget hearing.
No,
Yes, it
this
is.
is not a hearing.
Can
This
you
was
go
the
back-
presentation.
can you
This
go-
was the preliminary budget
Can you
presentation.
talk?
You can
You
finish.
can go back in every single agenda, and I'll send you an email with screenshots from the preliminary agenda meeting budget meeting where there was a public forum. It's been going on for decades. I do want to ask a couple questions about the budget. One, Dr. Chanley, you mentioned about, or the previous speaker asked about staff cuts. Can you tell us where staff is being not renewed, what buildings and how many?
At this juncture, we aren't able, because it's personnel, to disclose the specific staff, because what we're doing is we're very fortunate that many of our staff will be moved around. So if we, just for example, in one particular grade, no longer have the need, let's say, for 5 teachers, those 5 teachers won't necessarily, unless we don't want to renew them, which could happen, will not necessarily will not be here next year. They could be allocated based upon certification to an elementary position. They could be allocated to the high school. We have many teachers with dual certification, special education, regular education, and our staff is not being reapproved until May. So at this time, I cannot give you specifics of those positions.
Okay, well, it looks pretty significant from the budget numbers that are presented. And just on our principles, I'd like to say, as board members, you take an oath that ends with this, quote, "and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability," end quote. Tonight, as you vote, remember that you took an oath to leave your personal opinions at the door. You are here as board members, not as a parent, not as a community member. You are a Board of Education member who must impartially and justly cast a vote on the recommendations of the superintendent to renew 2 principals who have been serving in our school district for years now. 2 principals who are beloved by their students, their parents, staff, and community. Remember, rumors are not facts and should not weigh into your decision. If you cast a no vote or choose to be a coward and abstain, you are not only firing 2 beloved principals, but you are also saying that you do not trust the district administration because that is their recommendation for the personnel that they want to run those schools. A board member does not have to vote yes to every recommendation, but a board member must have a solid reason for why they are casting a vote against the recommendation of the superintendent. Because you can be sure you will cause lawsuits to be filed against this district. Is that how you want to be remembered? Is that what you want your legacy on the board to be? Destroying careers and ruining lives? Vote for what is right for our kids, for our community, and our schools. I ask you to please approve all of the staff on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, George Gunkelman, 5 California Monroe. I don't know if it's the cold medicine kicking in, but I'm a little overwhelmed. I had some confusion about the Falcon Care business. On the staff count, there are 10 full-time and 17 part-time people. How many children are enrolled? If someone could tell me. Or do you want me to just keep going and you're going to remember? God bless.
I'm writing, go ahead.
Okay, it's all good. And I'm trying to rationalize that with the transfer of funds and an earlier statement that it lost money last year. How do you transfer a loss and come out with surplus funds? That somehow confused me, but that may be the code words. I can find in the transfers in the income, but on Schedule B under the appropriations, I don't find where Falcon Care, where all those staff people are budgeted. I don't find that line item. That's fine print, and maybe that's, maybe I just missed it. The earlier statement about the presentation, what's up on the screen was not readable from the audience. And that's the part that we need to have improved. So either the font that's being used or the projection itself might fill the screen so we'll be able to see that. Alternatively, it would be really nice if it was included in a handout, or even better, available ahead of time online so we would have time to review it. Budget stuff is hard for all of us. It's not unique to you. The hobby horse of mine is one that I was reminded of in a meeting here by staff and the board, that we don't have full-time kindergarten in Monroe. And when we're talking about having reductions of a couple hundred students, and we're talking about giving up some of the temporary space for one thing or another, and maybe even if when we're talking about are we going to continue to lose money on Falcon Care, part of what I would view in the first statement of our objectives of learning standards and our concerns about not being adequate but being above adequate, that full-day kindergarten in Monroe Township should be one of those goals, and it hasn't been mentioned tonight. Thank you.
The Falcon Care children, I think it was all kind of
Yeah, so
together,
I'm
Falcon
gonna,
Care and transfer.
Mr. Gunkelman, I'm going to just define for you. So we have Falcon Care, and then we have early childhood education. The Falcon Care is before and after care that assists parents. It used to be called wraparound many years ago here in Monroe. Wraparound program, which allows the children to have somewhere to go before school starts and somewhere to go after. That is what loses money. Early childhood education, which is ECE, and I know you don't like acronyms, early childhood education is the program that compensates, and I will talk on kindergarten, that compensates the second half or the beginning half of the school day for those parents that want to pay for it to allow you to have the concept of full day kindergarten. When the money is transferred, it is because we are fortunate that our early childhood education makes money and our Falcon Care was losing money. So that was the transfer of funds that you saw. Without me knowing exactly how many employees in front of me, I will let you know that the way it works is depending upon the need, whether it be half day in the morning or half day in the afternoon, or the before care or after care, that is why you have part-time employees. There are literally some teachers that work for either Falcon Care or early childhood education program that literally will come in 9 to 11, 1 to 3, 12 to 2, literally. So that's why you'll see so many part-timers. That's exactly how it works. And the schedule is written by our director of those two programs. So I think I answered those questions.
You didn't say where it is in the budget.
Where it is in the budget?
Yeah, okay, so Falcon,
Oh, she'll tell you.
Falcon Care is considered, is not part of the budget. It's not, it's an enterprise fund. It's not considered the general fund or the special revenue fund or the debt service. It's not required to be in the budget. So that's why you don't see it on here as salaries going out. That's why we're transferring money from that fund into the general fund, and that's a source of revenue.
I understand the point. It makes no sense, however, that the school is paying salaries and it's not in the budget.
Because it pays salaries.
It's not supposed to be in the budget.
It pays salaries from its own enterprise, so its own organization.
It's not.
Like, I'm trying to see how I would.
It's tuition.
Yeah, it's tuition based.
Yeah.
Tuition based.
Does it pay rent?
Falcon?
No.
No.
So it gets the space for free and yet it's a separate entity.
I'm going to assume, Ms. Allen, you do it legally and correctly the way it's supposed to be done?
Yes. It's not.
I was going to board meetings when Falcon Care was started, and that's not how it was described then. That's maybe what it's become. But nevertheless, my objective in that is not to diminish Falcon Care or the ECE. It's to see if we can find some way to have full
Okay, can I?
kindergarten.
Okay. Okay, so let me let you know that The reason why it was not discussed, because it is not going to be placed in this budget, but we have already worked, we have very preliminary plans of how we're going to implement kindergarten for September of 2026. Our goal is to try to implement a full-day kindergarten program with the least amount of cost to the taxpayers. So when you do that, you start looking at, you do a referendum, that's the most cost. That takes time. Trailers for housing, temporary classroom units, the TCU units, that's another cost. Salaries. So what we started to do is we started, just like we do with staff allocation and auditing, we started to audit and look at classroom usage in all of the buildings. The reason why we haven't shared it yet is because we don't want to share anything without having definitive plans. And the first thing that we need to do, which is going to happen on April 30th, is our presentation at the BG&T meeting to discuss the demographer's final report. Once we have those final numbers, and we've started to have the conversation about what that looks like for us, we are starting to implement a plan to move forward. It is my goal as the superintendent, along with the assistant superintendent and our business administrator, to have full-day kindergarten. It is a goal, September 2026. The key is how little we can put the responsibility on the taxpayer, and that is what we're currently working on right now. Did I answer all the questions?
I think so.
Well, we don't have it yet, but we'll finish, yes. Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Kelly, and I am the president of the Woodland and Mill Lake PTO, and this is the rest of our board. We have to come out and support our principals. Both of these dedicated leaders have shown exceptional commitment to our students, faculty, and the entire school community. As a parent and active member of the school community, I have seen firsthand their passion for creating a positive, inclusive, and educationally enriching environment for our children. Mrs. Garcia's leadership at Mill Lake has fostered a sense of collaboration, inclusion, and growth. She has worked tirelessly to ensure the students' needs are being met and has been instrumental in fostering a thriving relationships with parents and staff alike. Dr. Chetta's leadership at Woodland has been equally impactful. Her efforts to engage the student community, improve student outcomes, and create a nurturing learning atmosphere are deeply appreciated. Both principals have been tremendous assets to their respective schools, and it is clear that they are highly regarded by staff, students, and parents. I strongly believe that their leadership has been vital to the success of our schools, and their potential removal would be a significant loss to us. As someone who has had the privilege of working closely with both Mrs. Garcia and Dr. Chetta, I can confidently say that they have worked diligently to create a positive and productive educational experience for our children. Their commitment to our community is unmatched, and their leadership deserves to be recognized and continued. We respectfully ask the Board of Ed to consider these points when making any decisions regarding the future of Mrs. Garcia and Dr. Chetta. Both are highly capable and dedicated individuals who have demonstrated the qualities we want in our school leaders. I hope that their contracts will be renewed and they will continue to support and serve our schools. To also mention, both schools have gone through multiple admin positions over the years, which in my opinion is a disservice to both our staff and our students. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Are there any other members of the public who are wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on in the agenda where our next item
Ms.
is...
Fabiano, could you just make sure that Mr. Zeichner's on? He was having an issue before, and I wanted to see if tech cleared it up.
I am here.
Nope, he can hear you. Okay. Okay. The Assistant Superintendent's report.
Thank you. So to make it brief, and typically my role is to highlight the achievements, athletics, arts, academic achievements of our students. Well, tonight was a display of the wide range of the successes of our students, everything from our winter athletes, and things are happening in real time. Literally yesterday was when the middle school robotics team was awarded their championship and notified they were going to be able to go to Worlds. Today, the cheerleading team got off the plane with all their hardware, so no matter what we talk about today, there's going to be new news tomorrow. But I just wanted to kind of cycle back and say between the student board report and all those amazing students we had and staffed here today, congratulations, and we look forward to a tremendous spring and revisiting this again towards the end of the school year. And that's really my report for tonight.
Dr. Chanley.
I will try, which is not easy for me to keep it brief. However, I will echo Dr. Lehman. We were very fortunate tonight to hear so much went on. A lot of the things that I like to speak about in my superintendent's report is really having the opportunity to go and visit so many schools and so many activities. The History Happens Here is something that they had another activity within the middle school I went to. I was invited to read in all of the schools. I had an opportunity to read, I think, in four or five schools. Incredible opportunities. The kids are incredible. During this month, we celebrated various different holidays. One was that I was invited through the Muslim Association to join in, with many people, many of the board members were there, the president, the vice president, Ms. Bora, Ms. Ratner, Mr. Zeigner. It was a great opportunity to really see a coming together of many, many different cultures and many, many different groups of people as they celebrated Ramadan with the lighting of the crescent. It was fantastic. And I had an opportunity to end my week last week at the evening of reading at Mill Lake. I said 250 parents, but there probably was 300 parents I handed out. I got to hand out maps and kind of just hang out. It was a great activity about finding Freddie. And I think everybody has really embodied in their conversations and their statements and all the things we said that we really are an incredible community. We truly are fabulous Falcons. So we had all these great things going on. And I also had a wonderful opportunity to welcome Dr. Villani and her supervisor to come and meet with us. We try and do this on a regular basis to talk about programming, preparation, activities. We're very excited that the music program at the middle school is going to welcome some Jamesburg students to play with them. So working together with all of the meeting was with all of our supervisors, the principal of the middle school and high school. Our goal is to really treat Jamesburg children as they should be, as our family, that they become Falcons even before they get to the 9th grade. So that's something we're going to continue that I did feel was worth mentioning. Okay, let me get myself organized here. So, I like to start out with retirements. We have 2 retirements this evening. One is Corinne Larson, a driver here for 30 years. There are no words to say for a driver of 30 years, except thank you for your dedication. Thank you for transporting our children to and from school safely. We thank you for all the time that you've given us, and we wish you a happy Falcon flight, as I always say. Incredible. There are no words, because I know as hard as our jobs are, whether you're administration or your employees, staff, secretaries, custodians, lunch ladies, parents, their jobs are harder. That's all I have to say. Additionally, we have a para who I had the pleasure of working with for many, many years at Monroe Township Middle School. She has been in the district for 20 years, Mary Vina. She will be leaving us to retire. I guess you all know her. We also wish her well on her next experience in life, wherever her Falcon flight may take her. Okay, that was pretty short for me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see where I am. Let me get my bearings. Start with 10-member vote. Okay. Under a 10-member vote, it is recommended that the board approve the attached personnel items A through AD.
Second. Motion by Mr. Tufano, second by Ms. Bora. Any questions or comments? Ms. Ratner?
I just had one quick clarification, and I know we have a substitute attorney here, so if information cannot be provided, that's fine. On the business administrator's contract, of which it's nothing to do person-wise, I know that there is an additional increase for an additional position.
I can talk about it.
And I just I couldn't understand why that position itself couldn't be on the contract, if that makes sense.
My pleasure. So we have a substitute attorney. Not to say she isn't wonderful, but I'm aware of this. So as the organizational chart, which we will make sure we post, one of the things is we have a custodian of records. We have a secretary of Oprah. That secretary does all of the work, works in consultation when necessary with the Bush & Bush law firm regarding any needs. However, prior to us having a secretary, we had a custodian of records, which was my secretary, Ms. Zelinsky. So when there was movement and changes around, now we are going to make the business administrator, which was many, many years ago, the custodian of records. According to Mr. Weiss, who's not here, but I will speak for him because I am speaking factually, he said that once the business administrator becomes the custodian of records, it is not a separate job. It is not a separate position. It is to be placed within her contracts It is to be then presented to the county superintendent. The additional monies that she would be paid, that were paid to previous people, and now the money's just changing hands as you use that terminology in your question. And now that'll be part of her contract. So we followed legal opinion of how it should be done. So it's one contract, and an additional responsibility for Miss Allen is the custodian of records. It will then begin with her new contract, which starts on July 1st. We are then appointing the current Oprah secretary as the custodial records for the additional 60, 75 days for the remainder of the year, and then that change will take place. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions? Okay, Ms. Allen, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes, but I'm going to abstain on AD. I have it circled, but he's pointing it to me. But
AD
that's
number
okay.
9.
And number 9, as she is a member of my family. Well, she's my sister-in-law.
Okay. Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes to all, no on V8.
V8.
Which one?
V8. Ms. Ratner?
Yes to all, abstain due to conflict on letter V, number 9 for Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes.
Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Yes, motion passes.
So for letter AE, it is recommended that the Assistant Superintendent of Schools, that the board approve the following administrators on the following salary guides for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tufano, second by Ms. Alvarez. Any questions or comments? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes.
Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so then the next item, under consultation with the attorney, because we have provided rice notices as per the law to those members who may have been discussed in closed session. They wrote, as per, I'm assuming statute, that they would like to be discussed in public. To that end, I am going to, instead of reading the recommendations, I'm going to first make some comments of my own, and then it's up to the board if they want to comment or not. I don't speak for anybody but myself. So what I would like to say is, well, first of all, there's not much to say because everybody said it for me. But I will, knowing my personality, I'll find something to say. So I sit here before you, a 22-year veteran of Monroe Township Schools. I started out as the assistant principal in Applegate School when it was 7th and 8th grade with approximately 500 kids. I said, I'm only going to be here a year or two because I have 5 years as an administrator in Florida and I'm not staying. I fell in love with the community. 8 years later, I live here. So I live here. My husband is a teacher here for over 20 years in the high school and then the middle school. And he was one of the very first teachers to start the AVID program. And the reason why I share that is because it talks about dedication. And the only way that you can truly understand dedication is to be dedicated yourself. So as now the superintendent going on my 4th year, I bear the responsibility to make decisions for the whole district. My recommendations, and of course non-recommendations, are based upon my professionalism, my moral compass, my ethical values, my experience. And I totally respect the vote. My famous line, even when we're going up for referendum, and I say it all the time, even when they don't vote for something I want, your vote is your voice. And I respect the concept of what it means to be an American and be sitting here to have a vote. But I also believe that we must make decisions on what's best for the total community. The reason why I share the decision-making process is because I do not take my recommendations lightly. I have sat here many times in the last couple of years, been harassed, abused, and told that I'm doing things for the wrong reason when I did not reappoint someone. And I had to go back once again to my moral compass, my ethical value, and my experience of what was best for children. And when I made those decisions and was abused, it would have been a lot easier to just renew them, I knew that every decision I make and every recommendation is not taken lightly, although it may say board action, F through whatever. These are all my recommendations. I have to stand behind them. As an educator, an administrator, and most important, as a mommy. And my barometer for whether or not someone should be renewed, retained, is very simple. Would Jordan and Joshua Chanley go in their school, or be in their class, or be on their team, or be in their club, or whatever it might be? And if Jordan and Joshua Chanley would not be placed in that room, building, facility, activity, then I'm sorry, they cannot have my recommendation. And if I have to be abused for it, I'll take it. I sit here before you with my recommendation on this document because I hold Dr. Cheddar and Ms. Ackerman Garcia in the highest level of esteem. I am in their buildings regularly, just like I am in the middle school regularly, just like I go to the high school, although they could run me down, so a little less regularly. I truly see what goes on. Does it mean they're perfect? Absolutely not. Does it mean there's room for growth? Absolutely. Can I have room for growth? Absolutely. But that does not mean that we do not retain them. So in my opinion, and I will not say humble because I'm not being humble, but in my 30-something years experience, and I'm still learning and I'm still growing, I sit here before you asking that my recommendation be approved. And I thank each and every one of you, because I know you get up very early. And I thank all of you for coming out. And all I ask is that we have an opportunity to maintain the quality of instruction. I'm not one to always talk on data, because I'm the other side of the brain. I'm that right side of the brain. I'm the humanities person. But I will tell you, I've looked at the growth in Woodland School because she has tested classes. I've had this conversation with Dr. Lehman regarding the growth in Woodland as she's worked in combination with the new position that was created 3 years ago by me with Ms. McLeod, who sits there behind us, and she's actually here. I look at the growth of the numbers. I see what's going on. In the elementary, the lower grades, she's also brought culture, but hers is a little bit easier to speak on, not just because of the culture, because we have the grades to show the growth. In the elementary environment, it's about the culture. It's about bringing everybody together. It's about wanting people not to retire, like Miss, I'm going to call her Quinn, Miss Shea, because I know her that many years. She's married now. It is about coming together as a community, and what you did here tonight, I thank you because you supported my recommendation. So that is what I wanted to say on the matter. Not to mention the ridiculous amount of emails that I received. Ridiculous in a positive way, by the way, like Dr. Seuss would say. So I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak before I go ahead and call my roll call, but I didn't know, I only speak for myself.
Just real quick, I wanted to kind of give you my perspective. My office has a responsibility to maintain extremely high standards and rigorous expectations of our students. We do that by identifying programs and tools to push out to our staff and our students. And the two administrators that we're discussing, they were right on board with it. They have embraced our MTSS process. They embraced the new literacy programs and the rigor and the accountability and the fidelity of implementation that we would expect across the district. My team is in many, many buildings. We see how it's implemented, and you know, these two administrators certainly meet the expectation of keeping that standard, keeping those expectations both towards the staff and the students.
Ms. Cora. Thank you. I wish you all could hear my heart beating right now. I've been a board member, this is my 4th year, and the code of ethics that we are sworn into when we are elected by the community, I have tried to live by every one of them in my last 4 years on the board. When I was campaigning to be on the board, my goal that I communicated to the community was that my North Star is student success in Monroe Township. Before I ran for the board, I had been involved in the community As a parent of 3 children who go to the school district, I was very
Ms.
actively
Bora?
involved in PTA. I was on the
Ms.
PTA.
Bora, hold on, we're out of order here. Only Dr. Chanley is allowed to speak right now. We will speak about it
Oh,
when
I'm
we
sorry.
make the motion.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
But I didn't
That's all
do
right.
anything wrong. I didn't do anything.
I will not say what I said again.
Okay, so, yeah. So now, Dr. Chanley, you'll make the motion and then we'll
Now I'm
speak.
ready to go?
Yes.
And I didn't do anything wrong.
Sorry.
For Facebook, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go back now. Let's just make sure I'm on point. Under a 9-member vote, it is recommended the board approve the attached personnel items AF through BF.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tufano and second by Ms. Bora. Now I can open up to the board
I will
discussion.
continue without repeating what I said. I have also been on a PTA board. My children have been in 4 buildings in this district. I have closely, through friends and family, been aware of the other 4 buildings also in the district. Is there a perfect principal in this district? I'm sorry to say no. Is there such a thing as a perfect principal? I am sorry to say no. Have I had issues as a parent with building principals? Yes. Once, twice, maybe more than that. As a parent who was not on the board, had no say, I followed the process that is outlined. I would, bring my concerns up to people who had the decision-making ability, starting with the chain of command with the superintendent. As a board member, the Code of Ethics teaches me that I have to have my ears to the ground. I have to listen to the community. When I take a vote, it starts with the superintendent's recommendation and what I know about the community. If I do not agree to the superintendent's recommendation, there has to be some history before of my conversations with the administration about those concerns. As a board member, this is the second time that I have been in a situation where there has been such a huge participation by the community. First time that I've seen so many staff members come and speak, so that is definitely a first. But a couple years ago, we were in a similar situation where we had a recommendation from the superintendent. The community did not agree to it. But I, as a board member, was aware of what was going on in that issue. What were the reasons for whatever the recommendation was, and I made an informed decision based on those reasons. A few days ago, I was informed by the personnel committee of the challenges with these 2 principals probably not getting the vote from this board. It was shocking to say at the least, because I had not heard anything before. I spent the last 3 days speaking to every single board member because I felt I needed to know what was going on that I was not aware of. What was the issue that could cause such a big step from the board that I am a part of? I did not find anything specific. I did speak to all the board members. Either they chose not to share because they have a right to vote whichever way they want without sharing it with me. But the due process for any one of us would have been to bring our concerns, even if the public doesn't want to bring it directly. If I know of a concern, I would bring it to the superintendent and see if she addresses it before not listening to her recommendation. This is what the board members' Code of Ethics has taught me. In the last 3 days, I have received, like Mrs. Chanley said, Dr. Chanley said, ridiculous amount of emails. I am, in my professional life, a customer success leader, and one of the things that we say in customer success is that 20 positive reviews has the same weight as 1 negative review, because negative does not, it takes a lot to give a negative review. So we give it the same weightage. I have received over 45 emails, I have to say, and there was 1 parent that gave me a negative email about this issue. 1. So in my line of work, yes, there was a concern, but it still did not overrule the other 45 emails that I had received from parents of these 2 schools and staff members. And it was overwhelming, it was heartwarming and heart-wrenching all at the same time. My response to that parent was that, why was this never ever brought up to Dr. Chanley, and to that I will end my monologue, and I would like to direct a question to Dr. Chanley and Dr. Lehman both. In the years that these principals have been in our district, and I was one of the board members that voted yes on their employment contracts, have there been significant concerns brought to you by community members or board members for us to be at this position tonight?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Tufano?
Well, I'd just like to piggyback off of what Gonzalez said. If there were no negative reports on these two wonderful people who have the support of so many staff and parents, I think that's unbelievable how many people came out for you too. I also received many, many emails from the public, and I'd just like to say, if there's no negative reports on these two, any vote other than yes on their renewals is irresponsible. And I would hope that as a board member, my fellow board members would take into consideration that they are excellent members of our school staff, and it would be insane to lose them. Also, I was very moved by Ms. Garcia getting up out of her seat and helping a parent who had obviously children who were upset that they were here this late, and she stayed here with her 3 children until one of them just couldn't take it anymore. But for a mother to do that with her 3 children tells you a lot about the character of those 2 staff members, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just want to say that the person I have to abstain on is related to an issue with my child, and I'm happy to discuss that with the person after, if you wish. Okay.
Ms. Ratner?
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep this short, which you all know is hard for me.
You can do it.
But I recognize how hard it is to sit up here. We've been up here for almost 4 years. We've had some tough decisions to make, and I totally get it. Right? I'm a parent at these schools, so I probably heard concerns from other parents more than many people sitting up here. So I get that side of it, but at the same time, I don't remember, other than that situation, which I was going to mention, this type of numbers coming out to support someone. And I can only share my own experience as a parent of 2 children at Mill Lake, that my 2nd grader, when he goes to school, he runs up and gives hugs, right? Like it's, and I just, to Ms. Garcia, and while that is certainly not the reason for me voting certain ways, and I try to consider all things, all I will say is if there's not valid concerns, make the best decision you can with the information that you have.
Mrs. Fabiano, can I say one more thing, please? Can I say one more thing, please? Yes.
Sure.
Because Ms. Ratner just brought up concerns. Concerns can be brought up and fixed still. We don't need to make such a drastic decision on somebody's livelihood. As a board member, our goal is student success and solving problems in this district, and problems can be solved other ways. This kind of an action should be taken when there is no more methods left to solve a problem, and somebody is just not open to criticism or working towards improvement.
Anybody else? Okay, then we are ready to have a roll call. Ms. Allen.
Okay. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes to all, abstain on number 8.
Wait, BB?
Oh, BB 8.
Okay. Ms. Bora?
Yes to all.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes to all, abstain on BB 7 and 8. And, one second, no on BG 2. Oh, wrong one, never mind.
No, that was right.
I thought it was in. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll take that back.
I'm sorry?
No,
No,
I'll take
she
it
made a
back.
mistake. It's,
Dr. Lehman
she has to,
corrected
Dr.
me. Oh.
Lehman to.
Okay, not yet.
Okay. Mr. Pirro?
I am abstaining on BB 7 and 8, and I am no to BG 2, and then yes on everything else.
Ms. Ratner?
We're not on BG2 yet, though. Excuse me one second.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
not on
BG2 is
BG2
part of the
is not
next
part.
Yeah, it
question.
doesn't stand out on the agenda, so it's fine.
Okay, well, I need to abstain due to conflict on letter AY, number 3 for Mr. Ratner, but otherwise, yes to all.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes to all.
Mr. Zeichner?
On BB 7 and 8, I abstain. And on BT 2, it's a no. Otherwise, it's yes.
BG2 is not part of it.
No, it's hard to be
Understandable,
delineated.
it's hard to differentiate.
What's the problem?
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes to all, abstain on BB 8.
So BB8 does not pass. BB8 does not pass. BB7 is one.
BB7 passed?
Yes.
BG is the next one.
BB7 passes.
You ready? Would you like me to go?
Can we finish?
Point of order.
So, BG, it is recommended by the Assistant Superintendent of Schools that the board approve the following administrators on the following salary guides for the 2025-2026 school year.
Motion?
Second?
Motion by Ms. Alvarez, second by Mr. Payne. Is there any questions or comments on the board? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
We're on BG.
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 Okay.
Okay, so are we, okay, ready? Ms. Alvarez?
I'm a no on number 2, a yes to 1. And I'm yes to all, no on number 2.
Ms. Bora?
Just confirming, we are board action 10 member?
No, 9-member BG.
Yes.
There's 4 employees there. I think we have to vote it next time.
Yeah, it's too confusing.
Ms. Bora?
She said yes.
Yes.
One was a school.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you were just a no on 2.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Bora, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I did vote yes.
Yes
So,
to all?
yeah.
Okay. Ms. DePayne?
Yes, but no on number 2.
Okay. Mr. Pirro?
Yes and no on 2.
Ms. Ratner? I need to abstain on these 4 people, so abstain on numbers 1 through 4.
Okay. Mr. Tufano?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Zeichner?
So are we just recalculating the vote again, or?
We're on BG?
On BG 2?
Yes.
Just BG and as a whole. There's 4 people on there.
I don't have the, I said BG 2, I said no.
Right, yes. He said it earlier because it was confusing.
2 is no. And Ms. Fabiano?
Yes to all, no on BG2.
So BG2 does not pass.
Oh, yes, now we have to go to board action. Yeah.
Under a 10-member vote, it is recommended the board approve the attached board action items A to R.
Second. Second.
Motion by Ms. Ratner, second by Mr. Payne.
I have a
Questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Ms. Alvarez?
Okay, it's on the calendar. I was one of the people that pushed back a little bit on the calendar specifically for having a full week off in November after being in school less than 40 days. We did get feedback from the community, and the overall theme seemed to be that airfare and hotels are cheaper in November, and it's a good time to go on vacation. To me, that's not an educationally sound decision. So I'm not going to be supporting the calendar. That was my comment on that.
Ms. Ratner?
I just wanted to clarify for that week. I think it's really important for us to continue speaking with the county regarding the final 2 polling places in those upper elementary schools. So that way we can be open without that concern, whether people have that concern or not. It is the fact that that is happening. So.
And if I just may I, Madam President?
Sure.
I just want to let you know that the calendar was a very, very difficult attempt. I revised it with Dr. Lehman probably 7 times, trying to take into account what everybody wanted. I don't in any way disagree with Ms. Alvarez, but at the same time, I did get a lot of feedback that people got, and this is not necessarily a reason, but people got comfortable with that week. So I did reach out as per the directive, and I had a formal meeting, and she was lovely, with Ms. Christine Robbins, and she's going to really try, but she only can do what she can do because it is above her. She delineated specific reasons why everything was, and shared it in my confidential to everybody. So at this juncture, I had to make a decision like I do with all recommendations. The calendar stands as is with the week of November off. I do believe a break to have school to be off on Tuesday and have school on Monday, Wednesday, I do not believe is quality education, but at the same time, the first calendar that I provided that everybody wanted me to redo did not have the week off. So I'm trying my very best, and I will continue to try my very best and look at all times of options. I just wanted to comment about it.
Ms. Bora?
I'm just going to contribute to that discussion. I appreciate the work that was done on the calendar. We've seen an example of how well-rounded a school district we are tonight itself. I don't think that all the feedback that the community gave and I think even staff members gave on the calendar that was incorporated into what we are seeing today is of any concern. I in fact think I was surprised that all of those requests were accommodated, and we still have a calendar where most of the people are happy with. We are educationally sound. We can do what's being proposed in this calendar, and so I want to support, I want to voice my support for it.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Okay, so yes to all, no on K, and no on the supervisor of transportation revision that's being proposed on the job descriptions.
Ms. Bora?
Yes to all, but on item I am voting no on 5430 and 5440.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes to all. I need to abstain on letter A for staff development for Mr. Snyder and Dr. Chanley. And then for the regulation, our 5440, I'm going to abstain on that until our second read comes.
Mr. Tufano? Yes. Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, last but not least, under a 9-member vote, it is recommended the board approve the attached board action items S through W.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Bora, second by Ms. Payne. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes, abstain due to conflict on letter S for Mr. Lurie.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes.
Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That concludes my superintendent's report, and thank you very much. For those of you that would have celebrated the holiday if you weren't here, happy St. Patrick's Day.
The next item on our agenda is our business administrator's report.
Okay. It is recommended that board action items A through M be approved by consent roll call under a 10-member vote.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Bora, second by Ms. Alvarez. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes to all, recuse on items related to the learning tree on letter B.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Dr. Peck?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes, abstain on checks 05954, 06224, 06225, 06242, 05932, and C06220.
Mr. Tufano?
He just walked out.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes. It is recommended that board action item N be approved by consent roll call under a 9-member vote.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Bora, second by Ms. Alvarez. Any questions or comments? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. DePayne?
Yes.
Mr. Pirro?
Yes.
Ms. Ratner?
Yes.
Mr. Zeichner?
Yes.
Ms. Fabiano?
Yes.
Motion passes. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is our board president's report. I think everybody has pretty much covered everything. I want to once again congratulate the staff and students that were here for the awards tonight. We have spring break coming up, so I wish everybody a restful, relaxing, enjoyable spring break. And I think that's it.
I just want to add, I also forgot, thank you for reminding me. So that regardless of what you celebrate, wishing everybody happy Passover, happy Easter, because we will not meet again until May 5th. And I will take into consideration everybody's comments, and we will make the font 24.
We did have a call today
Oh, we did.
that I forgot about.
Today with Senator Paul.
Yes, we had a call today with Senator Gopal this afternoon. We talked about the full-day kindergarten mandate. Senator Gopal once again expressed that he will not support an unfunded mandate, and he was very willing to listen to us and will try, hopefully, to help us in any way that he can. He was very supportive of our conversation and encourages us to obviously include Senator Greenstein and him going forward to hopefully help us in any way that he can.
And I asked for at least $1 million, and I would
You
be
did.
happy.
Yes.
We only got $1 million. Good for you.
And he didn't blink or
No, he
flinch.
didn't.
No.
And he didn't
He said we
flinch.
could do
Okay.
$1 million like one time, but not every year.
And I
Yeah.
said we need it every year, but I will not turn away $1 million. So if you give me $1 million, I will take it.
That's
Yes.
right. Take whatever you can.
Okay, next item on our agenda is other board business. Any board members?
I just, I never really say a lot, but I read during Read Across America on Tuesday at Barclay Brook to the first graders, and I have a kindergartner that I'm going to read in his school next week as a, they call it, I can't think of the word, but they give clues out who the reader is, and the children in the class have to guess who it is. So it's a guest reader.
Mystery reader.
Mystery, thank you. Whew. Okay, it's late. So I'm going there, but I read, and there was a substitute in the class that day. The children were wonderful, and the book was great. I brought one of my own from home that I just read to my grandchildren, and she gave me another one. And she tells me her name, and she asks me if I have a son, Kevin, who taught in North Brunswick. Well, she taught with my son, Kevin, at Linwood Middle School. So she's retired, and she's a sub here. So I have to say that that was a wonderful experience to know her.
And then on Thursday, I went to Brookside, and I read in Mr. Tortoriello's 5th grade class. And I was a little nervous, because I usually only read to, like, my little grandchildren, because the big ones are too much on their tablets and all that other stuff. What a wonderful teacher. It was so nice to see a male teacher in there, well respected by the children. The class was wonderful. He gave me the best book that I have ever read to a class. So I want to say what an experience, and it really made my days to get up and read to the children of Monroe and meet the wonderful teachers that we had in those 2 classes. And nobody's here to hear me, but there are a few people. But I wanted to say what a great experience and what a day it meant for me. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Ratner?
Yeah, just one quick thing. So I know I briefly mentioned the budget hearings during my report, but if you have not registered to speak at one of them, please try to. The more people that we can get to speak, the louder our voices are, and hopefully the more change will occur. The links are on the district website. I believe we also discussed sending them out through Blackboard Connect. I don't know if my terminology is right, but please do try to go and speak to fight for whatever we can get.
Ms. Bora?
I honestly wanted to do what Mr. Tufano did, walk away, because I can't normalize what happened here tonight. Mr. Payne talked about Read Across America. I did the same. I read in 3 schools, and what a pleasure it was to walk inside Mill Lake and find out about finding Freddie, or where is Freddie, whatever Ms. Garcia was doing, that the whole school was so involved in. The culture in that school was palpable, and I read in 2nd grade classroom, and it was a pleasure. I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Mahoney in Berkeley Brook, who went through Genesis records to see which room my children had been, and she put me back in the kindergarten classroom that all 3 of my kids had gone into, and I walked back in that classroom after years and read there. But my highlight of that week of reading was in Oak Tree Elementary, where I read in 2 classrooms, and one of them was a self-contained classroom. I think the leader of CPAG was here, and she talked about how we've really improved as a district in inclusion, and I've had a chance as a board member to see that. I have immense respect for the individuals, the paras and the teacher that were in that classroom. I read to 4 students in that self-contained classroom, and that 30 minutes helped me grow as a human being. And it helped me understand what these people go through day in and day out, and the amount of patience they have. I have so much respect for every staff member and administrator that works with students in Monroe. We see how successful our programs and our students are. We have extremely talented students. And today, as board members, we did a huge disservice to Monroe Township School District. And for arbitrary reasons, if you have a reason, you should have followed due process. Our job as board members is to solve problems, not create more problems. Today, we created more problems by not renewing 2 exceptional principals on one side of town. That town is shook up today, all because of the actions of this board. And I am sorry to say, this is my time. I am sorry to say that I am ashamed. I've never said this in 4 years. I am ashamed to be part of this board tonight.
If I can I echo everything you're saying, but I did want to let you know that Ms. Ackerman Garcia did have the votes, and she was approved.
Oh my God, thank you for letting me.
No, we confirmed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were 4 yeses or 5 yeses?
There was 5 yeses on Ms. Ackerman.
I think they walked out of here thinking that they were not approved.
No, I think Ms. Ackerman Garcia was aware that she was approved, and I didn't want to interrupt you in any way.
No, but that's fine, that's fine. My feelings still stand true.
But
Dr. Seta there was no reason for what happened tonight. And an abstain is a no.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Any other board members wishing to speak? Okay, we see none. We have our second public forum. If there's any member wishing to speak, you have 4 minutes to do so. Please state your name and municipality for the record.
Kirby again. I just want to go back to the budget. As Ms. Bora said, last year we had to go out to vote for a $24 increase. This year, the state allowed the Board of Education in New Jersey to take massive adjustments, and now you're allowed to increase $161 for an average assessed home of $300,000. Board members on here campaigned to reduce our taxes. Board members on here dragged my name and others through the mud, saying that I was increasing taxes. Me, myself. When you are quadrupling our taxes for next year. You should be ashamed of yourselves. What you did here tonight is absolutely appalling. It's appalling. Do you know Dr. Chetta, Mr. Payne? Do you know her, Carmen? Do you know her, Katie?
Yes, I do. My child was in her building.
This isn't about you or your child. This is about the good of this district. And you are not supposed to take votes as board members on your personal opinions. What you did to that woman's career in life, do you even care? Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Gonzala. Thank you, Pete Tufano. Thank you for voting for Dr. Chetta. I cannot believe what I witnessed here tonight. It is unreal. And you really all should take a good look in the mirror when you go home, because I don't know how you're putting your heads down on the pillow. You think that you are good for children? What's good for children is Dr. Chetta. You go into our schools and read to our children? You should go there tomorrow and tell them all you just voted no and ripped their principal out of their school. It's unacceptable. You don't have children in our school district. We do. We see the impact that these principals have. How dare you sit here and take that away from these children, from those staff members? It's a disgrace. You all should resign who voted no, who abstained. Abstention is a coward's vote. You wanted to vote no, you know it was a no vote. You wanted to vote no? Be human enough to vote no and give a reason. What you did here tonight was a disgrace to our town. You're ruining our school district. Who in God's name would ever want to come work for Monroe? Who? We're going to lose staff. Our home values are going to drop. Our taxes are increasing. And you're getting rid of great staff members. I have never seen such chaos in the almost 15 years I've been coming to board meetings. Gonzalo, we've seen a lot of things, but we never, ever saw anything like we saw tonight. I am horrified what you guys did here tonight. Katie, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You are a teacher in a school district. How could you sit there and do that? And who's behind it? Your psychotic husband. He has for 3 years been after those principals. He sat here and he screamed and yelled for us not to vote for them to begin with. He has caused so much discourse in this district. You should be ashamed. You should resign. You should resign. And you should resign. You people are not here for kids. Shame on you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Skirby, but I want to make one thing very clear. I am sick and tired of you and your friends running on social media to say that I am not my own person.
You're not.
I am not.
You're not.
I am not you. I am not you, that's for sure. And I will sit here every day and I will defend my decisions and I will defend the actions that I take, and I will never, ever treat any member of the public like you have treated people. I will never put my husband and I are two different people. And if you can't see that, shame on you as a woman, Miss Skirby, because as a woman, you have your own voice, I have my own voice.
You have not used it.
I have used it. I have used it every single time. Can you keep the time running, please?
And to other people in this district is disgusting.
Keep the time running, please.
And time again, and you allow him to terrorize people.
Your time is up.
You are nothing like
your time is up. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Shame on you.
Yeah, shame on you. Shame on you, Ms. Scobie.
Shame
Your
on
time is
you,
up.
Katie. Shame on you.
Your time is up.
You're a disgrace.
Security. Security, please.
Can you escort her?
Escort her to the back. Her time is up.
I have 7 seconds.
You don't. You just used it.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. You just used it. Your time is up.
You're a disgrace.
Have a good evening.
Police here tonight, but not when you're on the
Have a good evening, Ms. Scobie. Does anybody else wish to speak?
I want to be here speaking again just as much as you want to hear me speaking again, especially after tonight. But here I am, another month gone by. I'm here for my children and all the children on the buses. My speaking has nothing to do with politics. I have nothing against this board. I barely even know any of you. My kids have been in this school for 9 years. I do need to note that the interaction that I had with Principal Higgins at the middle school regarding the bus last week was excellent. He was responsive, he was understanding, it was great. I am appreciative of seeing this being discussed last week at the committee meeting. There's just some things I want to comment on. The accident, sorry, I'm tired. The accident could have been so much worse. And the feeling that I get from this board is that the concerned parents are nothing more than a nuisance. Based on the parent last meeting who detailed about this misbehavior being brought to the attention a month before the accident, this could have been prevented. But then something was mentioned at the meeting that in order for a child to be removed from the bus, it would have to be something heinous. And I kind of think that causing a bus to crash is pretty heinous. I don't expect the board to parent my children or any children of the district, but I do expect their rules and steps to be followed regarding behavior. And I expect the child to be removed from the bus following something as bad as an accident. Since you failed to remove 1 or 2 children, you put the other 40 kids in danger. Next time, we might not be that lucky. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jessica Izzo, Monroe. I have a few questions, but first I want to add what I had to say last month. I didn't have time to address it. Administration at the middle school threatened one of my children with suspension if they didn't delete phone evidence of behavior on the bus when they were interviewed on November 21st as a result of my email. My child did not record any video of people on the bus, only clips of background noise, but you could really get a sense of how out of control it was. The recordings were only shared with myself and administrators with the intent to help get the behavior under control. If a child is compelled to advocate for themselves by recording ongoing dangerous behaviors that they are forced to endure and which directly threatens their safety and security, they shouldn't be threatened with suspension and coerced to delete evidence. More importantly, they should not be threatened that if they advocate for themselves again in the future using this method, they will be suspended regardless of whether they were trying to protect themselves or not. Since this has negatively affected my children and myself, and I received no response when I brought this up via email months ago, I'm here to stand up for my child who did nothing wrong and to give them their power back. They are not to be intimidated in this way again. I also want to note that I do greatly appreciate the increased communication and transparency since the last board meeting. Now to my questions. During the March 11th meeting, enhanced bus driver reporting requirements were discussed with the intention of improving record keeping. This will support progressive discipline and better hold kids liable for their actions. Nearly identical requirements were part of the bus company's corrective action plan submitted to the state early last month. It all sounds good on paper, but what does this look like in practice on district and contracted buses? Are school administrators regularly reviewing the tapes? And how are we ensuring compliance?
Are there more questions, or do you want us to answer now?
Those are my main questions
Okay.
that I have from watching the meeting last week.
I can't comment on your relationship with a child and an administrator. I will tell you that I do agree with you 100%. If a child wants to come and advocate for themselves, I've advocated for your child in the past myself. I feel that that is very important. One of the conversations we do have is about the concept of recording other children. I do know that there were no faces in your daughter's recording. I also have checked in with Dr. Higgins on a regular basis to confirm that any child that needed to speak with a guidance counselor or a child study team member, depending upon if they had that opportunity to make sure the children feel safe. I will let you know, and I've conferred with the attorney, I can't speak about individual children being held accountable. I will tell you that individual children are held accountable. I will further tell you that the plan or I brought it to meetings, is quite exceptional. We have direct relationship on the contracted buses because it's a little bit different, where we now have, if a supervisor, assistant principal, security guard goes on a bus, even if it's not written up individual children. They go on the bus, the children are being rowdy, we need to tell them they need to sit in their seats, they're getting up out of their seats, or so forth. I now have it where, at all grade levels, because a lot of issues we had were elementary, not just middle school, with some of the children. What we do now is, I've asked the principals, and I will repeat this tomorrow at my leadership meeting, but I did it at my last leadership meeting, they are to then immediately contact Ms. Martyr and state, on such and such a day, at such and such a time, I entered, or security guard or whomever it might be, entered the bus. This was the discussion of the behavior. This was our concern. Additionally, they've had 2 additional, what I would call expectation assemblies, talking about the bus, not just behavior in the school. And that is what we continue to do. So even if it's a contracted bus, we're now requiring, because we've always required, but we're following through to make sure that this is what's going on, that you have every child in a seat. All seating charts are made available, and every child is held accountable, however that might be appropriate. I am not at liberty to discuss any individual child. I still can't.
Oh, yeah, that's not.
And I will let you know that I'm actually quite impressed with the record keeping that we've been doing, because what we do is we have this form, and the form gets literally old-fashioned way. Literally gets, not only does it get placed in Genesis, but it gets placed in an old-fashioned book that looks like this, with each child's name, first offense, second offense, what's happened, what parents have been called. The other thing that I think is very important to repeat is that there's different levels of what we call consequences, and I've had this conversation even with the attorneys. Sometimes we can't share everybody's different situation, but bringing in parents, having conversations, having expectations is a form of a consequence. Removing from a child, and I was taken out of context, by the way. I'm not on Facebook because I like my job and I like to come to work. But every once in a while, someone does share with me. What I was trying to say is, and I may have used the word heinous, so I'm not going to say I didn't. I never, and that's fine.
You sure did.
Okay, but may I finish? Sure. Thank you, because I let you finish, and I want to be respectful. I am letting you know that there are procedures that have to be followed by the administrators. We can't just say, you're rowdy, you're obnoxious, you sit from seat to seat to remove a child off a bus. I will also let you know that a special education child that has an IEP may not be removed off a bus. So there are guidelines to follow, and as far as the way we're handling the rest of it, you are welcome, and I'm glad you did call, and I'm glad you had a positive experience. We are not going to be in a formal setting, going to be talking about any occurrences on that bus as per council. What we will do is, if you call individually to have conversations, whatever we can say, and whatever we can share, we will. If you have any questions regarding insurance or your particular child, Ms. Allen has made herself available. We will make ourselves available, but in this forum, you will not get the details that may be asked. I apologize.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking in general, if anybody's watching.
Oh, because
No. I'm talking in general.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was really asking about any individual children, just in general. So, just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public forum. We are not going into a second closed session, so our next scheduled Board of Education meeting is May 5th, 2025. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.